Hello, everyone. Happy Friday. Hopefully, you guys are having a great end to your week. Hopefully, most of you have the weekend off, and thank God it's Friday. um, I am on a little earlier tonight than usual. I do have plans tomorrow, and I just didn't want to get on too late. I know it's been a while since I've been on in an earlier hour, so there's some people that haven't seen me in a while. And to that, I figured I would switch it up because it works for my schedule. Hopefully, it works for your schedule. It's really good seeing a lot of you I haven't seen in a while. Transformation, hey, welcome in. Smiley, hello, hello. I did get some early orders in, so some pre-orders, Smiley, Ajaz, and Amy. If anybody else wants to donate, the donations are open. I do not have a time limit tonight. Generally I'm never on for more than like 3 hours. That's just usually my peak point. I can't keep doing readings after that. It just takes a lot out of me, but I'm not like in a hurry to get off of here tonight. I don't have anything to do or anywhere to be. So I'm just going to kind of let things come to a natural end in that regard. So if you want to get your order in, feel free to do so. All I can say is I won't be necessarily closing the list tonight. I will be leaving it open, but if I get through all of the donations and there's no one else to do readings for, then I'll sign off after that. So if you want a guaranteed reading, just make sure that you get that donation in soon. So let's go ahead and get started on the free list. So first we have Phoenix. Phoenix, I got a maybe. Phoenix, I don't have like a straight answer for you. I have the Two of Wands. I don't think that your boyfriend has fully decided on communicating with you yet, which is why I'm not getting a clear answer. This is the energy of him figuring out what to do, which path to take, whether to contact you or not. He may also be waiting for you to make communication, so I don't have a straight answer for you there. Momo, I am getting a yes for you. I have the Chariot. Ajaz is yes, no. Ajaz, I have a yes. I also have the Chariot for you as well, and I shuffled, so that's interesting. All right, Amy. I have a no, the Death card, Amy. All right, Afsane. I have a yes for Afsane, the Eight of Pentacles. For High Priestess, yes, Queen of Swords. All right, Aisha. Oh, is he developing feelings for you, or has he developed feelings? Yes, Eight of Wands. IJ. I have a yes, Page of Pentacles for you, IJ. Transformation, I'm a little wishy-washy on Leon. I have the Two of Wands and I have the Three of Wands right next to it. and Three of Swords. I got multiple cards for you. I think in a lot of ways, this person would be good for you. I think that this person could help you grow, help change your thought process, maybe help expand your mind and show you a little bit more of what you feel your life has been missing. But the Three of Swords does make me a little bit worried as to like what that's all about. So I don't know. What's your gut telling you? Ari. I'm getting a no, Ari. I have the Five of Pentacles. Bria. I have a yes for Bria, the Chariot. Looks like the Chariot likes to make an appearance. Highness. Highness, yes, Queen of Swords. Everyone's like, you're going to make me donate again. Sometimes the yes no questions will like make you think of other questions that you have, or like they'll prompt other questions that you're curious about. Sorry, Amy. I feel almost like Amy, like he's trying to give you your space right now. You're welcome, High Priestess. You're welcome, Afsane. You're welcome, IJ. Hey, Kelsey, welcome in. You're welcome, Transformation. You said you too, Transformation. That's funny. Hey, Cherry Blossom. You're welcome, Ari. Ari says, not surprised, I gotta know. Ari, that just means that, you know, you closed out, you know, cycles, and you're cutting ties off with the past and you're moving forward. So that's a good thing. Hey, Marta, I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Amy, maybe so. I was curious because it's getting close to anniversary. I mean, that doesn't mean he can't come into your energy. You know what I mean? But like, it's very clear that you're trying to move on and move forward. And maybe he feels like he just doesn't want to interrupt that. All right. Let's knock these last few out real quick. MMC. I have a yes. Ace of Wands. Diana. I have a yes. Six of Pentacles. Lisa. I have the Wheel of Fortune and the Lovers. So I don't think that your chapter is done, Lisa. I think R will try to communicate with you, yes. or you'll try to communicate with R. Likewise. I have a yes, King of Wands for likewise. Kelsey. Yes, King of Cups. This person's got deep feelings for you. Mary. Yes, Eight of Pentacles. Cherry Blossom. Yes, Page of Pentacles. And you're welcome. Pisces. Yes, Page of Swords. This is going to require a lot of planning and research before the move. So make sure that you guys are prepping as much as possible. Marta. Yes, Six of Pentacles. Maston. Yes, Ace of Pentacles for Maston. Jazz, you're at work, you'll be in and out. You're not taking NyQuil. Okay. Hey, Jazz, that sounds good. Hey, Jarella, welcome in. Jarella, post your question if you have one. You're welcome, everyone. You're very, very welcome. Jarella, post your question, friend. Jarella. I'm getting a yes, King of Cups, Jarella. King of Cups for you. All right, guys, give me 1 second. We're going to get started on our donation list. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. All right, friends. We're going to get started with Smiley. You're welcome, Dorella, Martha, and Sienna. Absolutely. Smiley, if you're here and want to post your question, feel free to drop that now. Yes, absolutely. I have you down for a mini, so let me get shuffling for you. You said we're done for good, so you won't reach out. Was that the chariot? Was that the one that I said chariot for? Yeah, I just looked back and I see it. It was the chariot. It's not technically the same question. Asking if you guys are done for good doesn't necessarily mean that you're not going to communicate again. It just means that it doesn't have legs to be anything more than what it is right now. So I think you could hear from him again, but I don't think it's going to go anywhere along this current trajectory. But let's shuffle. Let's see what we've got here. Okay, Amy. I got the update, Amy. Thank you. Your main goal is to see if you should make this work. Is it worth it? Because you had a couple bad arguments just that fast. The first thing that I'm feeling from this connection is that you guys are compatible. Like the two of you are very compatible in terms of areas of your life, like personality, like interests, hobbies, values, goals, things like that. You guys get on well. But the issue that I'm seeing is like you are coming through as the Queen of Swords and he is coming through as the Knight. It's indicating to me that there's like a mismatch in the compatibility in terms of like maturity. So you could be on the trajectory of wanting something more grounded, more stable, more life partner-esque, and he's not in that mindset yet. Or it could literally mean that you guys just have like completely different maturity levels. Like you're just more ahead in life than he is. He's not as established as you are, or you guys, you kind of feel sometimes like you might be mothering him versus like feeling like he's your equal or feeling like he's your partner. Trying to see if you should swallow your pride and text him to come over. Just wait on him. You're compatible. So you are more mature than him. Yeah, that's what it feels like to me. It feels like you're looking for him to kind of meet you where you're at, and like you're having to kind of like settle in certain aspects of your life in certain ways because he's not meeting you. You're having to meet him, and that's making it a little bit more complicated. I do see here with the Two of Swords that there's a lot going on here. I think your connection is filled with tension and decision making, and like you guys have strong intellectual dynamics between the two of you. I think you guys can carry on a conversation very well, especially if it's something I do know you hate settling. I feel like if it's something that interests the both of you, like you're both very passionate about, you guys can read each other very well and hold like a really intellectual conversation. You might even find what's very attractive about each other is your intelligence and like your intellect and the way that you think about things. I do have the Two of Swords, which represents a crossroads or a state of indecisions, and it suggests that you guys could be facing a difficult choice in the relationship. It sounds more like you are trying to face a difficult choice because you're kind of at a point of, is the ball in my court? Do I try to engage with him and give in, or do I stand my ground? Is kind of what it feels like. And I do feel that there's emotional blocks here in your connection, and that there could be, it could be him avoiding confronting important issues, and maybe you're having a difficult time communicating your feelings because you feel like he's not reciprocating properly or well. Hey Jazz, I got you, friend. Thank you so much. Now I do have the Magician, which signifies potential and the ability to make things happen, but it strongly suggests that whatever happens between the two of you is solely and completely up to the actions that you make, Smiley, as well as Jeremy. I feel like it's pivotal, these choices that are going to be made to solidify what kind of future you're going to have. The question is he up for the challenge? The question is he willing to do those things? Is he going to do those things? I don't, in this energy, feel like he is. I feel like, you can turn this thing around. You can change the energy. That's what's great about tarot readings, is it kind of lets you know, like a check-in, if you will, where you're at. And if you don't like what you're hearing, you can try to influence it with your own energy and change it by the choices and decisions that you make. The problem is that I think, Smiley, you're carrying more of the weight of this relationship right now. You're having to carry it across the finish line, feeling like he's not giving you as much as he should. And I think that's the problem. And the question that you have to ask yourself is, do I want someone who's going to meet me where I'm at and or make my life better and add value to it? Or do I want to continue having to fall back and meet him where he's at? Like, is this relationship important enough to you that you're willing to make those sacrifices and trying to like carry him, carry the weight of this on your shoulders? unless and until he catches up? Or are you just wanting to find someone who's ready to go? Like, do you want to just say, you know what, this is too much work. I feel like I'm forcing this. I feel like it's causing too much confusion. As they say, devil is confusion, God is clarity. So, I think you have to really sit with yourself and figure out, like, do I think he'll change, or am I just trying to force something to happen that probably isn't going to happen? And would my life be so much easier if I just was with someone who just met me where I was at and propelled me forward, rather than making me feel like I have to fall back and settle into this? How is he feeling? Let's see. I think that he feels a very strong connection to you, Smiley. I think that he will communicate with you. I think that he will reach out to you. I struggle seeing him be able to rise to the occasion, though. I struggle seeing him like becoming everything that you want him to be. I don't think that he's there yet, and I think that you will be settling a lot in this connection should you choose to continue it. And I think that that's why I'm getting a strong yes, you guys are done, because I think that you're looking for something else. You're looking for something different, and you're trying to make him fit into a puzzle that doesn't belong in, and he's not going to be there. I think what you're looking for and what he's looking for is completely different, but we're very much like overcome and overwhelmed with the chemistry that you guys have between the two of you. And it's very hard to move on from that because you feel like there's so much good in him. But the problem is there's something that's not working here, clearly. And I don't intuitively feel like he's going to rise to the challenge. I don't think he's going to, at least not right now. He claims you're the bad energy. Um, Yusuf definitely was trying to make him fit because we really like each other. You're on point. Thank you. I think yes and no. Are you the bad energy? I think yes and no. I think you yourself without any other influences, I think you're great energy, Smiley. I think you're very open, and I think that um you really are self-aware. However, to someone like him who is not as self-aware, who is asking him to be better than he is, asking him to confront things that he's not ready to confront and hold himself accountable in areas that he's not ready to hold himself accountable, you would be viewed by him as the bad energy, because you're asking him to become something that he's not ready to step into. So that is going to be perceived by him as bad energy. But I don't think you as an individual are bad energy. I think that you're just asking more of him than what he's ready to give, and he's perceiving that as something negative. Luna, that makes so much sense. That right there is the real issue. Yeah, definitely. So I think, Smiley, with that, unless you wanted to add on to your reading, I'm going to go ahead and move on. But I hope that this brought some clarity. I hope that it at least helps you understand a better way to move forward with him. You're welcome. He will contact you for the weekend. Yeah, I think okay, yeah, that's fine. If you want to donate again, we'll continue with you. I think that he will, yes, because he's in the energy of the Knight of Swords. Knight of Swords don't really hesitate. They kind of go for what they want. They're impulsive. So this is a very action-oriented energy on his part, and I think that he will initiate communication. That's what I feel from these cards that I got. Hey Jazz, thank you so much for checking in. Smiley said she's going to add on to her reading. So I'm going to let her do that up to 3 questions, and then we'll move on to yours. But I have both of your questions that you left with me, and then after Jazz, I also have Amy. All right, Smiley, what can we answer for you this time? Thanks, Jazz. Will he contact her before the weekend is over? This coming weekend, Saturday, Sunday. I'm getting a yes for you. I get yes that he's going to contact you. Will he try to see her this weekend before the weekend is over? I am getting a yes, Smiley. I think that there will be communication, and I think that he will try to come and see you. I have the 3 of Wands and the 4 of Pentacles. He is in a very guarded energy, so I think that when he communicates with you, it's going to be very hard for you to read his energy in full. I think once you see him in person, it'll be a little bit easier to read him, but I think he's more eager to fix this than what he's how he's acting. I think internally he's more emotionally invested in you than what he's showing you. I think you should wait. I do. All right, general reading for Smiley. Wow, the 2 of Swords is coming up in this reading. Smiley, I feel like you're just very much dissatisfied. I just don't think this is working for you. I have the 9 of Swords, which talks about anxiety and unhappiness and just overall trying to be positive, but feeling like this cloud is hanging over you and not really knowing what the next day is going to look like. But there's this deep dissatisfaction, disappointment. And I think to certain degrees, it's just I don't know what the word is, nonchalant. I don't know how to explain it. I don't think you're overly enthusiastic or overly happy about life. Like, I'm not feeling like you're looking at your life and thinking, oh my God, it's amazing. I don't think that you think it's bad, but I don't think that there's anything to really get excited about right now, which could possibly be why you have been leaning a little bit more into this connection with Jeremy, because it's the thing that gets, makes you feel excited. It's the thing, like, if you're going to see him, or you're going to talk to him, it's that glimmer of like something being excitable and shaking up, and just like a positive thing, even if it's not fully the best. You're like, okay, well, this is giving me something, you know? And I think that could be partly what it is. Because here's what I think, Smiley. I think that if in other areas of your life you felt like they were going really well, and not just mediocre, I'm talking like you felt like, oh, my money is good, my life is good, my job is good, like my health is good. Like, if you had all of these really great things, I don't think you would be fussing with Jeremy. I don't think you would be like, you'd be like, okay, moving on. Like, I really don't think you would be putting up with as much with him as you are if the other areas of your life were doing exceptionally well. And I do know that you're trying to make the best of it. I do know that, there's certain areas of your life that you desire for like it to look better than what it does right now. But the good thing is that you keep the hope alive. You have the star here, and so you're the energy, and your soul is very resilient. You don't give up, you continue to persevere. I do think that there's a lot of transformation that is up ahead for you, Smiley. And maybe right now Jeremy is here to pacify you and make you feel like, okay, like this is something good that's going in my life, and it may not be the best, but it's at least something that I have. I think once these other areas of your life start to go exceedingly well, I think you might not be too worried about him, to be honest. Either that, or he finally gets his shit together, and then you guys can just be happy. You have a discrimination complaint going on that you hope you win, plus that ERC. Yes. I do remember that. That makes sense. I would have left him. Yeah, you know me too well. I do. I do. And it's not just me, Smiley, that knows you. It's like, your spiritual team that's giving me this information. So if this is what you need right now, if this is what you need to hold on to right now to like feel like you've got something going in your life, and like it's a distraction and it's fun, I mean, by all means. And maybe in time he'll figure it out. But I think that what I want to tell you is to try focusing on these other areas of your life that you can control, and try to see how good you can get them. And the thing is that Spirit's showing me, like, if you have a plant and it's dead, and you know that it's never going to be what it was, and it's not going to grow back, it's not going to come back, but you're spending all of your time watering it and making sure it has the right nutrients and the right soil, and you're weeding the area, and that nothing's really going to come of this situation. Like, you might get a little tomato out of it, but otherwise it's pretty much a dead plant. Like, you're not going to get anything from it, but you're putting all of your energy into it. Or you can focus on the other plants, aka areas of life that actually could use your attention and focus. And those things can create a lot more fruit for you with little work. But because you're not putting your attention and focus onto those other plants, aka areas of life, you're just focusing on the one in your love life that's likely not going to bear any fruit, then now we are not paying attention to how good these other places can be, because we're putting too much attention on the areas that's not working. So you said your 18-wheeler finally will be out of the shop next week. That's perfect. Yeah, well, the last card in your reading is the Death card, and this talks about a lot of transformations coming up for you, moving on from the past and moving forward into something better. This is like a cleansing, a purging, a release, and a liberation. So I think that you have a lot of really great things coming up ahead for you, like a lot of positivity. You can kind of look at this as like the ending of one chapter and starting anew. Will you get the money from the complaints? I'm getting a yes, Ace of Cups. That's a really great card. It talks about new beginnings, and I think that you're likely to feel an emotional response to this win for yourself because maybe you feel like it's been a long time coming. Ace of Cups. We also have the Ace of Swords underneath that of victory. So I think it's going to go your way, Smiley. Hey, I speak. Welcome in, friends. You're very welcome, Smiley. I hope you have a great night. I'm doing well, girl. How are you? We're on a lot earlier tonight than usual. Just trying to get ready for the holidays, you know? What happened to the entity? We have no idea. We have no idea. Everyone was trying to say that it was a spider web. And I'm like, guys, I checked. My sister pulled up in my driveway as soon as that happened. She checked. I was like looking with the flashlight. I even tried to find the video of me like searching all around the camera, but my app had deleted that video because it's like it only keeps like 3 or 4 days in a row or whatever. But I literally went out there and I'm like looking because I was like, I need to debunk this. Like, this is crazy. Not a single spider web, like nothing. I don't know. And then my husband went out the next day during the day too, just to see if maybe I missed something that night. So we had 3 people look, and not a single person saw anything. Not only that, it was 40 degrees that evening. 40. And we're in like not the dead of winter, but we're in like the deep winter at this point. Um, and I don't think it had rained for days. And when I went outside, you can even see in the video that there's no movement in the trees at all. So if there's no wind, and I thought that there was, if there's no wind, how is this thing like moving all around? And when I went out there, I was fully expecting a breeze, and it was still. It was eerily still. Hey, Jazz. It was like quiet, dry, and still. It was like the most eerie feeling outside. It was peaceful, but it was quiet and no wind at all. So I'm just like, first of all, we haven't had spider webs since October, early November. This is the end of November. It's been 40-degree nights, not to mention it was the night before my nephew's birthday, and it was supposed to snow. So I'm like, for these people talking about spider webs, I'm like, nah, that's not. And not only that, but it just appeared on camera randomly and then it just disappeared. So I'm pretty sure even if it was like a leftover spider web, wouldn't it have been on the camera like not all the nights before until I cleaned it off? No, it just came out of nowhere and then it disappeared out of nowhere. And I know for a fact spiders aren't out right now spinning webs in front of my camera in this cold ass temperature. So it's like there's a lot of things that people were saying and I'm like, there's just no way. There's no freaking way. Like it was not a spider web. You're glad I'm doing well, taking day by day. I'm so happy. I'm excited for Christmas too. I always say I'm so excited for Christmas, but like I don't have any Christmas stuff up right now. I haven't even done Christmas shopping, so I'm like, yes, I'm excited, but I need to get in the spirit of it. We're gonna put our tree up this weekend. I know, I agree. I don't think it was a spider web. If any of you guys don't know what I'm talking about, go to my Instagram. I posted a video. I'm pretty sure I got something paranormal on camera. It was wild. That's no spider. If it was a spider web, you'd see the spider. A spider wouldn't do that. I definitely agree. I tried to think of all the different things that could debunk this. I'm like, when is the last time that it rained? Like, where are the spider webs? Like, but my thing is that I would. The thing about the spider web thing is, I know for a fact there wasn't a spider out there making a web. I know that for a fact. It was too cold for that. Like, they were calling for snow. And in addition to that, the fact that it kind of appeared out of nowhere suddenly on camera and then it like left. Like that's what the crazy part was, is it hadn't been on there for nights and nights and nights in a row. I look at the camera quite a bit, never seen that before. My sister said she's had multiple cameras, she's never seen it before. So there's just no way. That was fun. And then I posted on my TikTok a video of a UFO that I think my husband and I got on camera a couple years ago. And all this UFO stuff going on right now made me decide to go ahead and post it. I've been going back and forth on that for a while, and then I just decided to do that. So if you're curious about that, you can see that one. I'm like, watch me just become like a paranormal page or something. Things be crazy. All right, Jazz. So, Dom the Leo. Dom the Leo. I'm almost getting, Jazz, that Dom is feeling a little, there's like this insecurity that's coming through. Almost like they're feeling threatened in some way. This is what I will say, or at least this feeling that I'm getting from her is that she goes, Jazz can have anyone she wants. Like everyone is attracted to Jazz. Everyone thinks Jazz has like such a good energy and a good aura, and like Jazz could literally have anybody that they want. And I think that there's like a level to you that she's like feeling threatened by. I think part of her insecurity lies in like, why does she have interest in me? I think part of it is does everyone else want her? And then that makes her feel a little insecure. And I think also she feels worried about needing to fight for your attention. I think that, there are some people out there that like, if for instance in a relationship, one person might know that they have like a really hot piece, they got like a really attractive person they're in a relationship with and everybody wants them, and they get off on that shit. They're like, yeah, I've got her, you can't have her, I've got her. But then there's other relationships where that makes the person feel more inferior and worry and get jealous, and I don't think that Dom likes feeling that jealousy. You said, so can she? She's beautiful. I speak. I didn't feel scared, interestingly enough. I felt very calm and at peace, which was very interesting. I wasn't like inside I was kind of panicky because that's not normal, but I didn't feel like any negativity. So Jazz, I think that, and this isn't the reason that she's been distant with you per se, but I just am picking up on these energies of like, I want Jazz to give me all of her attention. And I do think that at one point she felt like you guys were building something or things were feeling a little bit more stable, but something came in and shifted that or disrupted that. And I'm not sure if it's another person or what exactly happened. Yes, Jazz, she's definitely jealous. 100%. I see her like crossing her shoulders in frustration. The thing is that everybody can give you your attention, but if you're not getting attention from the one person that you want, it doesn't matter. So she is beautiful, and she's got a lot of people going for her, but if you're not the one giving her the attention, then it's not good enough for her. She doesn't care about like it's like she wants her cake and eat it too. She wants you to want her. She wants other people to want her. She wants other people to want her more than they want you. And overall, it's just an insecurity thing. She's still with the woman that admitted to cheating on her, and you got upset and mentioned it. Do you think that could be the shift that she's talking about? That potentially is what disrupted maybe your connection because you were being too real with her about it, and you were being like honest and straightforward, and she didn't want to like confront that with you. Now, the person that she's with, has that person had interest in you, Jazz? Because I'm picking up also like if you know the person that she's with, that there could have been some trust issues there. You have to be when she talks about her. So called girl, I feel away. Yeah. So um it almost seems like because of the truth that you were speaking, you like shattered through this illusion. She was trying to feed herself some kind of story because she was in denial, and you were making her try to confront these things that she didn't want to acknowledge. And I think that that was kind of where like a little bit of a rift might have occurred between the two of you. But it does not detract from her desire to be with you. It does not take away her wanting to pursue you or to fantasize about you or anything like that. Now, because there are trust issues in her current connection, um, there are trust issues in this current connection. I feel like she's worried about moving forward and pursuing you because I think that she just doesn't want to be the person in the wrong in this situation. But there are fantasies there. And I am kind of hearing that she has also communicated with the person that she's with about you. Like she's brought you up a lot. And so the person, okay, so then the person that she's with, she picks up on the fact that Dom wants you. Because of the way that Dom communicates. She talks as if she's like frustrated and just like could like, just as like irritated by you, but it's coming across as jealousy, and I think that her current partner is picking up on that. So that must be where because I was like, her other partner, I was like, what is this jealousy with her other partner? Does this other partner want you, Jazz, or something? But because you said you never met her, I'm starting to pick up on the fact that the partner senses jealousy because of how much Dom communicates with you. You're like a sore subject in their relationship. Well, Jazz, she clearly wants you to be jealous. The problem is with Dom is that she wants to invoke feelings out of you that she currently is feeling. So she wants you to feel just as bad as she does. And that's because she has feelings for you. And so if she's jealous, she wants you to feel jealous. That's why she does that. I think that she feels that you will fill a cup for her that her current relationship is missing or lacking. I think she's a little bit caught up in the drama, but I think part of her feels like something is missing in her current connection. And I think she looks at you to be the solution. But bottom line, the reason that she's not communicating with you is because or she's being distant, we'll say she's being distant, is because she has trust issues in her current connection. In the person that she's with right now, they have problems. You are a sore subject in their relationship. And because there's already trust issues, Dom is trying to appease her girlfriend and try to move away from you or not communicate with you as much. You're feeling that energetic distance because of it. And that all stems from jealousy. And that's why I was picking up on jealousy in the very beginning. You're feeling it. Tired of getting the short end of the stick. She said out of her mouth she's going to work things out with the girl. I think, honestly, like, let them be for now, Jazz. Like, I know it's not easy to say that, and I know it's not easy to do, but that's a mess. That's a messy situation, and, like, I just don't know. I feel also too, she's kind of just dragging you around, you know? She's like playing around with you, like in your feelings, because there's certain times where you feel like, something's going to happen. And then there's other times where she's like, actually, no, it's like she's dangling it in front of your face. And I don't like that. Yeah, I don't think that her girl wants her to communicate with you. And more than that, I think that she is worried that you could steal her away. Um, so you're definitely a sore spot in their relationship. Whenever if they don't work out, Jazz, if Dom and her girlfriend, if they don't work out and Dom comes back around, she's gonna tell you that. She's gonna tell you that her girlfriend was jealous of you. Okay? I'm telling you that right now, mark my words. But they're trying to work it out though, right? Exactly. Hey sisters. Yeah, I think she has to work out this karmic relationship with her girlfriend. She has to figure that out first. But I'm saying that once things start to fall apart, I do believe that once they cut their ties and they say, okay, this is over, we're done here. I think Dom's gonna come back around to you. And I think that if you choose to communicate with her, she's going to tell you that her girlfriend was jealous of you. Exactly. You might be long gone. Exactly. How can you be with someone you don't trust? I feel like people do it all the time because they're trying to rewrite the story. We know from experience that it's probably not going to work because, if you can't trust that person, you're going to live a miserable existence in that relationship. But she is going to see it through because we cannot move on from a karmic relationship unless until we get them out of our system. So we have to heal something within ourselves that makes us no longer attracted to that person any longer. And clearly she still has some learning to do, some healing to do. But I'm telling you right now, once she heals that part of herself that makes her attracted to this woman, I think she will move on from them. And I think she will try to come back around to communicate with you. They always do. All right, so this new romantic interest, we have Queen of Cups. Oh, wait, you guys are talking in the chat. That's how us air signs are. That is true. I'm an air sign too, guys. When you're over it, you're over it. There's no coming back. Oh God. All right. So for your question about the interest in January that comes through, we have the Queen of Cups. So this is water energy. And this could just be a water stellium. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're a water sign, like a sun sign or anything like that. Water might not even be in their big top three. But sometimes it is, and sometimes there's a stellium there. But basically, this is just the personality that is coming through. So I would say a water rising or a water moon might be possible, maybe a sun, but I just am feeling like this person has a lot of like nurturing abilities. Like think Billie Eilish for some reason. Do you know what I mean? She's got like this like feeling about her that like it doesn't matter if you're just some random on the street. If she makes eye contact with you, you feel the love. Like you feel she feels like the type of person that will like take care of you. Like if she looks you in the eyes, you will feel her love. She is a people person. She really cares. She really wants to make sure you feel taken care of, very nurturing, very healing, just all around just is such a good person to be around, and you just want more of it. Like that's the type of vibe that this person gives off, that this person evokes, this familiarity, like the Six of Cups, that you meet them and you're like, wow, it feels like I've known this person forever. I'm also getting an interesting message that this person could have like a very large following as well on social media. I don't really ever compare people's personalities to like celebrities, but I'm kind of getting that. Like, I feel like this person could be well known, have a decent following on social media. But yeah, it's interesting. But the Six of Cups just makes me feel like this person feels like an intense, instant, unexpected connection and a sense of familiarity. It feels like someone that you've known for a long time could bring about a sense of emotional healing and connection. I really think that this person, well, a couple of things. I think this person could trigger memories of past experiences that helps you find closure, Jazz. But I also feel simultaneously, this person will help you forget a lot of the turmoil that you have been experiencing. And I think this person just kind of, they say, you're really over someone, like you're really just done when you don't think about them when you first wake up, and you don't think about them when you go to bed. And when you're out on a date with someone, you're not constantly comparing that date to that person. You're really over them. That's kind of what this feels like. It feels like this person is kind of helping you move on from the ties that you felt or were like you were kind of stuck on someone. And I kind of feel like this person helps you move forward from that. I do think this person is coming out of potentially like a big change in their life when they meet you. So they could have just had like a really big move or a change in career. They could have just exited a relationship, something along the lines of like, or maybe no, I feel like they're walking away from it. So they could have, whatever this is, I feel like was a decision that they made, but it still feels like a big change in their life. What is this? What is this? I think this person brings a lot of, just happiness for you. We have the Sun card. And so this person might feel like a breath of fresh air, bringing in warmth and light and making you feel happy and seen and appreciated, and just generally like a very playful energy to the connection as well. I think she has really good intuition too. The only thing I would say is that this person has such good energy, Jazz. So if you are the type of person that falls fast for someone, try to rein yourself back. Try to like wrangle up like those feelings and like hold yourself or restrict yourself from falling too fast, because this is the type of person that like people will fall very quickly for. And I think that you just have to kind of keep a straight head about you. It doesn't mean that you can't fall in love with this person. It doesn't mean you aren't going to have a beautiful life together and this is your person and this is who you spend the rest of your life with. That's very possible. But what I'm saying is just be mindful of that, because as long as you feel that she's giving more to you or matching your energy, you guys will feel very much aligned. But the moment that you start to feel like you're falling harder or faster than she is, you're going to start giving her your power, and you're going to start feeling very out of control in this connection because her energy is so addictive. So that's the only thing I will say. It doesn't mean she's a bad person. It just means you have to be very cognizant of like your own feelings and how fast you're allowing yourself to fall for this person before it really starts to make sense. Do you get what I mean? You know a lot of influencers. Okay, so that would make sense. You wonder if you crossed paths with them before. I don't think so, Jazz. I'm getting the Two of Swords. This feels like completely new energy. I mean, I think if you guys have, you didn't know it. I think it would be like, oh, we went to the same party once kind of thing. I don't think there was introductions is what I'll say. I don't think there was introductions. Keep your thin man strong. You're so funny. Yes. So we shall see, friend. We shall see. All right. Hopefully that answers your question in full. I knew getting on a little bit earlier, it would be a little slower, but I didn't know it was going to be this slow. Amy, thank you. You're welcome, Jazz. You're very, very welcome. All right, Amy, give me a second while I get my situation straight. I'm going to read your question and I will be back in just a second. Hey, James. Yep, donations are open. You would be next. I've got Amy on the list, and then that's all I have right now. You're going to post so I have them. Oh, you're at work. Okay, that sounds great. All right, Amy. Oh, James, I got your question. Thank you, Amy. So in regards to yours, I just read your question. I had a thought and then I completely forgot it. Oh, okay. I'm gonna pull for you. I also want to just kind of preface this. I know that you said like you weren't each other's first love and things like that. This is what I will say. Okay. I had a very significant first love, and then I had a very intense, what I feel is like an adult love. And then I had a like, where I don't know how to explain. I had like 3 different loves basically before I met my husband. The first love was just like, your puppy love, very, very strong. I have like 3 basically big loves that I feel that I had before my husband. And then the second love was after the puppy love. So it was more like an adult, more like, I was able to go out. I didn't have a curfew. I wasn't in high school anymore. I was able to drink and kind of do my own thing. And then that coupled with someone who kind of opened me up spiritually and like broadened my horizons, and like there was like more to life than what there actually is. Very much like almost felt like a guide to me, like someone who taught me a lot of stuff and helped me like realize things about myself, a lot of lessons in that relationship. And they're all very profound. But what I can say is that there's nothing like the love I have with my husband. Nothing. And no first love is ever going to trump that. No second love, no third love, no nothing. And you were the last love in his life. And that's a very special spot to have, is that you were the person before his life ended that he chose to spend all of his time with, or a lot of his time with. Does he still have like certain feelings? Yes. But here's the thing. When I look back on those other relationships, I don't desire being with them. And I feel like he's showing me that same like correlation between my life and his life, because he's trying to show me in his own words. He's trying to explain it in a way that I would understand it. And if I look back at my first love, like, I think lots of good memories. I don't think anything negative about this person. And it's very nostalgic. It really, really is. But I know that that was an experience that I needed to have, because I needed to know that there is like a love out there that exists where someone's going to love every part of me. I mean, this person was like obsessed with me almost. Like, he did everything I wanted. He gave me everything I wanted. He was the perfect first love that anybody could ever wish to have. It was so good that, we could have gotten married. I don't think we would still be together because we're very different people. That's ultimately what separated us. My goals and ambitions and the person that I was very different than his goals and ambitions. But in terms of the love that was there, that was pure and perfect. However, and there was even a time where we could have like lost our virginity to each other, which didn't end up happening. But it was like that kind of relationship, just very pure and wholesome and nice and everything. But we just were two different people. And I think that's what he's wanting me to show you about Crystal, is that he wants me to show you that while this was very like pure and perfect in its own way, there was also a lot of things that were never going to work between them. Do you know what I mean? They were never going to. They realized that they're two completely different people, and he's always going to hold a special place in his heart for that person. But you grow up and you change and you evolve and you become completely different people. Like that feels like lifetimes ago to me. And I understand he was younger when he passed away, so like it might be a little bit more fresh, but from the perspective that I'm at right now and the fact that he has passed away now, he looks at this as like lifetimes ago with this girl. Okay. And then with any other relationship that he might have had some residual confusion or questions for, I still don't think that should interfere whatsoever with the connection that you and him were building together. I don't ever look at my husband and go, oh my God, I wish I was with my first love. Like, that's never a thought that comes to mind. Like, not even a blip. And same with my second love and same with my third love. There's nothing that compares to what him and I have together. And I feel like he wants you to know. And he's saying, listen, Amy, are you listening? You were in a category all on its own. You were not being compared to other people. You were not being like when he was with you, it was just you. He wasn't wishing that he was with someone else, at that time. Like, he was spending time with you for you. I think that he does wish that he could have had more time with you to build something more substantial, to see further where it could go. I think that he looked at you as like a fresh start, something new in his life, a new direction. He felt a lot of joy and happiness with you. And I think that the reason here's what I think. I think that if his timing of his passing, which by the way, I do think his karma was interrupted. I don't think that that's when he was supposed to pass away. And I kind of did go back and forth and debate on things like this, but I really do think that someone came and interrupted his timeline, or something came and interrupted it. I don't think that's when he was supposed to go, to be completely honest. And I have a hard time as a spiritual person being like, oh, everything happens for a reason, but also at the same time understanding that someone's karma could be interrupted as well. But what I was going to say was, I feel like if he had a couple more months, like if you guys were able to get to now, for example, if you guys were able to get to November and then suddenly, he passed away, I think that you would feel a lot more secure in where you stood to him in his life. I think that the reason that you have this insecurity is because you had a lack of time with him. You had a lack of time to be able to build something with him, and you had enough time to get emotionally invested in him, but you didn't have enough time to feel secure in where you stood in his life, right? I think that something was interrupted. I truly don't think that that was supposed to happen when it did, to be completely honest with you. I don't know what that was, but that was so abrupt and so, like, I don't know. I feel like when you have like a sudden death like that, you're interrupted somehow. Um and I still feel like he had a lot more to do. But the problem is that maybe his soul knew that he was going down the wrong path. Maybe he like something was going on with him, and maybe he just like ejected himself out of this life. You know what I mean? He was like, I'm not going to go down that road again. I don't know. I don't really know how it works. Yeah, I think that it was interrupted. I truly think that he felt like there was so much more left to do and experience that, like, I don't know, it just doesn't feel like it was the natural course of things for some reason. Sudden deaths rarely ever do, but I just don't think that he completed his karma here. Like, I don't think he completed his cycle here for some reason. Um, but yeah, I feel like the only reason that you feel the way that you do is because of a lack of time. So when I tell you that he says you were in a category all on his own or all on your own, that's what he meant. He said you brought stability and harmony and security into my life. You offered a solid foundation, and I could see the potential for a long-term commitment and fulfillment with you. You represent something exciting that I was ready to explore, and I was excited to see what was coming my way. I also feel like he had an emotional connection to you because of his day-to-day life. He had a material lack and a limiting belief when it came to his life, his possessions, the things he owned. And I feel like he felt somewhat conflicted in that way. And I know that there were periods of emotional distance where you guys weren't fully connecting, but I do feel like he wishes that after reflection that he handled those situations differently. This is just the way that he knew how to cope. But he would often put himself in moments of isolation. And I think also um, because he did that, that also gave you guys less time together than what should have been. I think that he struggled to bridge certain emotional gaps for himself, but I think that you were helping him to overcome that. And I think that he really was seeing the potential for growth and new beginnings with you, even if it was still cautious. And that's typical of a Taurus, right? Didn't you say he's a Taurus? He's a bit stubborn, and he's going to approach things a different way because he wants to slowly assess the situation. But I still think that he really was seeing you. You were in a league of your own, a category of your own. He was not comparing you to other people. It was new, it was early. He was still figuring out how to invest in the relationship. But I just think that the reason that you didn't feel confident in the position that you had in his life is truly just because you didn't have enough time together before his passing. I think you would have a completely different view of his death if he passed away last month. I think that you would not have had to go through all of this like open-ended confusion. I think you would have known where you stood. I think you would have known his feelings for you. I think you would have felt more grounded and more secure. And in some ways, the grief of him might have been easier because you would have had all those answers. But at the same time, the grief of losing him might have been harder for you though, because you would have been able to have more time with him and invested more time with him. So it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't. You would have a different feeling on his grief, but maybe you would feel more closure if it happened later. because you guys had more time together. I do think he views Crystal with admiration and respect. And I do think that he recognizes their relationship as something good. And I think that he was proud of his connection with her. Um, I think that his interactions with her, he saw in a positive light. Um, Let me see. What else? What else? What else? I think that he was able to connect with her deeper emotionally, strictly because of time. And I think that's where you like feel this comparison and feel this jealousy because you're like, well, it's not fair because she knew him longer, she got to meet him sooner, she had more time with him. But that is the only reason why there would even be this emotional depth in comparison to you. It's not for a lack of wanting to emotionally connect with you. It's just the fact that he wasn't able to. And I think that when you share a relationship with someone as a first love, it's like you've got to think like only you two know what that feels like. Do you know what I mean? Hey, Brooklyn, only Crystal knows what it's like for him to be her first love, and only he knows what it's like for her to be his first love. And in that sense, there is that feeling because when there's a relationship that two people share, there's no one else in the world that will ever understand that connection except for those two people. And so, in that sense, he had a lot of love for her. But I don't think there was any desire to go back. I think he said, been there, done that, moving forward. I don't think on either of their parts is there any desire for them to try to reconnect in that way. I think they went from love interests to friends, honestly, to acquaintances. I don't think that he had any desire to get back together with her. I think he looks back on their connection in a positive light, but I think that he honestly was looking at you as like the future for him. You know what I mean? He looks back at Crystal, he looked forward at you. And I think that he's sad about the fact that he wasn't able to emotionally or have a sense of emotional fulfillment with you. He was sad that he didn't get to experience that with you to the extent that he should have been able to. And I think that you got the raw end of the deal because I think that you were not able to see him as often, spend as much time, know him as long. I think that also when it came to Crystal, he was bright eyed and bushy tailed, and he didn't have a lot of emotional baggage with her, but he did with you. And so he faced some difficulties in being able to be fully emotionally available to you. And there may have been some barriers or struggles being able to connect on that same level because he came into that connection with a lot of baggage. But with Crystal, he was more pure, he was less experienced. He hadn't been through, I mean, he probably had been through some struggles, but I'm saying like I think with you there was more resistance because of everything he had been through. So Crystal had it easy in a certain sense, but at the same time, her connection with him was different because maybe there's lessons that he learned that he was able to approach your connection with, and lessons that he had to learn through the connection with Crystal. And so maybe in some senses it was harder for her because he was more immature. And maybe he just did things that he shouldn't have done. And there's things that Crystal had to put up with that he had learned lessons from and wouldn't have ever done to you. You know what I mean? Does this help you? Hey, Elvia, welcome in. All right, let me update the donation list really quickly. I think what tripped me a bit was when Chris was home when her she said that he told her he was trying to search for the same kind of bond. Like in the deep bond when Crystal told me that I was hoping that maybe Eli did find that deep bond with me he was looking for. Despite the short time I had with him, yeah, Crystal and Eli's relationship was really rough and toxic. Yeah, there's a lot of immaturity that was in that connection. Deep H, yes, only donations at this time. Our free list is closed. Thank you. Their love for each other was great, and of course the bond, but it had to come to an end because how Eli was doing disservice to her by treating her so badly because of home life trauma and issues. Exactly. Do you see my point? Is that there was a lot more like purity there because they were so young. So did Elijah hit more emotional depth with Crystal than he did with you? Yes, he did. But that is strictly because it has nothing to do with the profoundness of his connection with Crystal versus you. It has to do with the time. It has to do with the fact that he knew her longer. It has to do with the timing of their relationship. And it has to do with the things that he was experiencing at that time. And, you know, when you know someone longer than someone else, you are going to start to feel like you have a stronger connection with that person. But it doesn't have to do. Here's what I will say. If this helps puts it in perspective, and this is where I'll leave it. If he had known Crystal as long as he had known you, Amy, the emotional depth would be the same. It has nothing to do with you guys not hitting an emotional level. It has to do with the fact that she had more of an advantage to have that kind of relationship with him over you. It has to do with time. It has to do with all of that. This has nothing to do with him not feeling like he could get there with you. He just didn't have the opportunity. Do you know what I mean? You're welcome, Elvia. You're welcome, Deep. You're welcome, Amy. I do hope that this brings some understanding, some clarity. I hope that you are able to finally put this to bed, this question. I know it can't be easy to hear some of this stuff, and it's not really fair that this happened to you. But I think that the one thing you need to always think about is that if you had more time, you would feel more secure in this. You just didn't have enough time. Yeah, I think that he feels like he could have found that with you for sure. You're welcome, Amy. All right, so next up we have James. Really quickly, Brooklyn, are you here? Are you still in the chat? You're welcome, Amy. All right. Really quickly, we're just checking in with our donations that we have. Brooklyn, if you're here, if you can check in with me, friends. Hey girl, I just wanted to give you an update. I have James ahead of you. He always donates for three things. He donates for channeled messages and a love spread and a BOGO. So I always do his, and it takes me sometimes like up to 30 minutes to do his readings because he donates for a lot. So I just wanted to give you the heads up on that. Like, it's going to be a few before I can get to you. But I do have your question. I see that you dropped it. So I'm going to go ahead and get that as soon as I can. I'll call on you again when it's your turn just to see if you're in here. But I want you to know that regardless, I'm doing your reading. So even if you have to come back later and listen to it, like if you have to step out or step away or whatever, your reading is being done like as soon as I'm done with James. It's just going to take a little bit because his are a little more time consuming. Yeah, you're so welcome. But I have your question. And like I said, when it's your turn, I'll call on you. Just check back in here in about 30 minutes, is what I would say, and see, checking in like where we're at as far as his readings being done. And I'll update you and let you know how much longer or if we're ready. Okay? You're welcome. All right, James. So this is for you. Oops. Oh my God, my phone's going crazy. James, working on your channel message, BRB. All right, so this is for James. It's going to be a few minutes and I'll be back. All right, we are almost done with the channeled message, and then we'll be moving on to the love 2 for James. Hey Ray, welcome in. All right, so James, this is your channeled message. Sorry, it took me a little bit longer than I expected it to. Um, all right. For some reason, I guess there's new restrictions on Instagram right now, and it's making me go through all these hoops just to send you this letter. Hold on, so sorry. Okay. All right, James. We're sending this now. So she says, I feel like so many signs and roads are pointing to you. We have been through a lot and we are still standing. There's a resilience between us where I can feel that neither of us are ready to give up on this. I am definitely feeling the weight of my mistakes and poor choices. I'm trying to accept these flaws and understand that they have gotten me where I am now, and I want to build from the wisdom of these lessons. I'm learning to trust my intuition more and lean into listening to the deeper things beneath the surface. Ray, it looks like I got your donation, and it looks like Sweeter also donated. So let me update the list here. All right, this is for James Love 2. All right, James. So first out, we have the Five of Wands. First of all, I just want to say I think that we have a really great, like, oh, hold on. I didn't even, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Hold on. I didn't even timestamp you. Okay. Sorry, I'm a little discombobulated, guys. Those channeled messages get me sometimes. All right, so love 2. We're going to say 213 is where we're going to start. All right. So this is for James. Lena, hey there. We're just doing donations right now. James, we have the Five of Wands, Queen of Swords, Nine of Wands, High Priestess, the Sun, and the Queen of Pentacles. Right out the gate, I want to say that this is like still a really good reading. You guys are still in a really good energy. I really love to see the overall energy as the Queen of Pentacles, because this indicates to me that you guys are still trying to nurture the connection. You're still trying to make sure that it stays strong, and that you're concerned with each other's feelings and very like attuned to each other, and you care about like how one another are feeling. You're still like, I still have my life to live and I still have things to do, but at the same time, I want to make sure that I'm handling this with care and I'm paying special attention to this connection. And that's the mutual feeling there with the Queen of Pentacles. As far as what she's showing the connection, we do have the Five of Wands. She could still be in a bit of like a fiery, argumentative type of energy. I think that's just we'll say feisty, okay, a little sassy, but I think you do really good at extinguishing that, like from escalating. I think that if she's getting a little feisty, you know how to really like get her back down to a calm place. So as far as what she's giving to the connection with the Five of Wands, it could indicate that she's wanting to collaborate with you. She's wanting to work with you. She's wanting to see like how you guys can work together to come to like a common ground or a common solution. She might want to argue the points and see how you react to these things. I do think that you're going to be going through some tests by her, where she's going to kind of see again like, have things really changed between us, or are we just reverting back to old habits? So if she starts to regress a little bit, not fully, but if you start to see some kind of old patty habits, just kind of nip that in the bud. Don't treat her any differently. Just continue on with your self-assured, confident ways, because that will like dissolve any issues that could possibly come up. I just see her in a more chaotic energy. She may not be as mindful about how she's coming across. She may not be as tactful about how she's coming across. It doesn't mean that she's here to argue, doesn't mean she wants to fight. It's just that I don't think she's thinking things through as much in this energy. So she just might be very blunt. She might just be very straightforward. That's where that feistiness comes from. And I think just take that on the chin. Or on the nose, or I don't know what the expression is, but basically just like accept that quality about her. Don't let anything she says get a rise out of you. Just try to keep the conversation as even keel as you possibly can. As far as her thoughts for you, she's definitely thinking about your connection from like a practical standpoint. She's making a lot of connections, I'm hearing, about the decisions that she's made in the past of your connection versus the decision she's making now. She's starting to understand why she was pushing you away in certain times. She's understanding or acknowledging that she does have feelings for you, and she's going, okay, you know what? Let me try to connect the dots. I almost see her like in her own mind. Do you know how like when you're investigating something like a homicide or something, you see detectives and they've got like their chalkboard or their bulletin board and they're trying to connect all the dots and figure out the patterns? I feel like that's kind of what she's doing in a sense. I feel like she's trying to figure out, well, this triggered me. Why did this trigger me? Let's pull it back to maybe a time in 2005 where this happened to me and this bothered me, and that's why I'm reacting the way that I am right now. Oh, that makes sense why I pushed him away in 2020 or something like that. Like that makes sense why I pulled away last year. Like I feel like she's kind of on this whole entire like investigation of her own psyche and her own self, and she's trying to be very analytical about this. I do think that she's here saying, let's continue to push through. Let's continue to see where this can go. I have the Nine of Wands, which indicates to me that she knows that your connection has been through a lot, but she's like, let's keep going. Like, I'm not ready to end this. I don't want to stop what we have going right now. If you can be patient with me and understanding with me, then I think that we can, really see what happens here and where this goes. We also have the High Priestess. She's very, very, very focused on her intuition. I think she even said it in the channeled message, where she says that I'm trying to accept these flaws and understand that they have gotten me where I am. I want to build from the wisdom of these lessons. I'm learning to trust my intuition more and lean into listening to the deeper things beneath the surface. And so that's her intention, is to listen to the rumblings. Don't try to like listen to her ego. Listen to the things that she understands, what drives her and what's propelling her forward. Overall energy and blocks, I think there's no blocks. I mean, I have the sun here. This is a very positive energy. It means that you probably have a little pep in your step, and she does too. And maybe some of the conversations can be a little cheeky when she's not feeling so chaotic. You might notice a little bit more flirting from her, but in a very playful way. I don't think she wants to give it all away right now. I think that she's a little scared to do that. So you're going to still feel some resistance from her in that regard. But overall, it's a good energy. I feel like she's getting to the point where she's looking at you more of like an equal rather than someone that she can just walk all over and treat however she wants to. All right, so let's look at your number 1. All right, shuffling for that now. All right, messages from Spirit regarding their future together. I'm still processing, James, on this. All right. So I'm getting that your connection, James, is deepening with her. The one thing that's standing out to me very strongly is the King of Cups. And I feel like it's deepening. I feel like it's strengthening emotionally. And I feel like there's going to be times in the near future where you're going to be offering your emotional support to her. And she's going to, or she's going to be offering her emotional support to you. Part of me hopes that it's her offering emotional support because I think that the more she gives to you, the more she's going to feel for you. There's this old adage. I don't know if that's the right word or not. There's an old saying. Okay. Yeah, that's the right word. A proverb, a short statement expressing a general truth. There's an old adage that basically says that you think that if you do, like if you do something for someone, you think that that makes you like them more. Like, for instance, if you ask, hold on, sorry, my brain's not working. Oh my God, I'm totally spacing. Oh my God. So basically, let me see if I can actually look up the quote because I know what I'm trying to say. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that if you are having a connection with Patty and she does something for you, she does a favor for you, you think that that would make you like her more because she did you the favor. But what it's really doing is it's making her like you more because what it's subconsciously saying is, I like him enough to do him a favor. So naturally, you would think, oh, someone does me a favor. That means that that's going to make me like them more because they're helping me. They're doing me a favor. That's going to make me appreciate them. But what it's really doing is it's making the person who's doing the favor like you more. It's actually almost like a paradox or something like that. I don't know if I'm using my words right. So, what I'm trying to say is, I have like a fully baked thought here that if she is helping you through something emotionally, like something that you're struggling with, she's going to subconsciously say to herself, wow, I really must care about James because I'm taking the time out of my day to help him with this issue. It's not going to make you like her more. You already like her enough, but it's going to make her have this epiphany or this realization that if she's taking the time out of her day to help you through something, she must really care for you. And I think it's going to have that kind of approach. I told you that I knew I was going somewhere with that. I just was having a hard time getting the words out. But yeah, I feel like there's this emotional, like deep emotional bond that's forming between you guys and strengthening between you guys. And I feel like in the future there'll be more meaningful conversations about feelings and vulnerabilities. And I think you're kind of noticing that right now. It's perking up a little bit, James, with her expressing herself a little bit more about feelings and vulnerabilities, but I think it's just going to get more often, more prominent, more frequent. These feelings that, these things that you've been needing to hear from her for a long time are going to start coming through. And I think that with that and understanding that you guys are finally on the same page at some point, that's where the commitment is going to take place for, more stable and fulfilling future together. I think that throughout this process, there may be some impulsive actions that you guys might be working through because, as I mentioned last night, this is like something, this is not a, how did I put it? I said something like fast diet, crash diet relationship. This is something that's going to need to be nurtured and slowly grow over time. But I do think that there's going to be moments in time where you guys are spending together that you're going to like have a hard time not acting on impulse, like doing something or reaching for her hand or giving her a hug and just doing things that you feel like innately natural to you that might not that might be disproportionate for the status of your connection, but you still feel like you want to do it anyways because you're doing it without thinking about it. So for example, let's just say you guys are taking a yoga class, and at the end of the yoga class, you might reach out for her hand because you like want to give her something. So you want to put something in her hand, but you're reaching out, grabbing her hand and putting something in it. The gesture of holding her hand is probably not something that you guys do right now because of the status of your connection. However, it felt very natural for you to do that. And before you know it, you're reaching out for her hand, holding holding her hand in yours and giving her something. Or you might be reaching for a hug when normally you might let her make that decision. You find yourself overwhelmed with the desire to reach out for a hug, and before you know it, you haven't even thought it through, you're hugging her. Or maybe she has like a piece of hair stuck to her lip and you're moving her hair out of her face, and then you're like, I didn't even think that through. I just completely just invaded her personal space and did that because it just felt naturally to me. That's what I'm trying to say, is that like throughout the course of the coming months, I think there's going to be these impulsive actions or fast moving decisions that you're going to make along the way that you might notice that she does too. Like she might slip up, she might accidentally do something that shows and encourages that she has more feelings for you or stronger feelings for you than she lets on because of the things that she's doing. And then before you know it, you're like, wait, that was kind of coupley, like that was kind of like girlfriend, like why did she do that? There's going to be things like that will happen because you guys are kind of acting in the energetic status versus the literal physical three-dimensional status of your connection. Overall, I think that you guys are going to make the right decisions for you both. You guys are going to both like do things that are fair. You're never going to take the next step without feeling like you both are ready for that. And I think that's ultimately going to be the key to a lasting future together. I feel like that's where you guys are going to feel most aligned, is that when you're making sure that it's something that you both are ready for. In terms of the trajectory, the justice card suggests that you both strive for fairness and honesty about your needs, and that you'll overcome emotional dissatisfaction and avoid the pitfalls of the hasty or impulsive decisions like the Knight of Swords. It doesn't necessarily mean that those hasty moves are going to be a bad thing. It just might be something that feels a little bit premature. But in the end of the day, I think you both are going to like it. You both are going to take away from it. And I think that's where you guys are just going to move forward. I think that what's going to happen is you guys are going to get more coupley. Like, I don't know how else to word that. And I'm repeating messages, but I feel like you guys are just going to get more coupley naturally before you guys actually do something formally. Like, I think you're going to start acting like a couple before you guys become official, before formal matters come into place, such as like commitments with each other, or like a verbal agreements that solidifies your partnership. I think you guys are going to just start acting the part. And that's when you're going to kind of know. So if like you ever want to know, oh, when are we going to be committed? When are we going to have a relationship? When you start feeling that you guys are naturally doing that, that's when you're right around the corner from that happening. So let's take a look at how does she feel about having children with you. And sorry guys if my words are getting a little mumbled. I swear that I'm arriving to a destination. It just might take me a minute to get there. It's been 2.5 hours that I've been doing readings, so you'll just have to bear with me. And it's something about Mercury in retrograde. I don't know what it is, but somehow I always get all mixed up in what I'm trying to say. I get like one good session a week where I'm like on it, and then all the other times I'm like, what is this word? What am I saying? I think it's the Gemini stellium in the natural third house of Mercury. So I think that's part of my problem, is that I just get all mixed up with my words and I don't know what I'm saying. Shiloh, hey, welcome in. We are actually working on donations right now. It's the only thing I have open. Our free list closed a while back. All right, last question for James, and we're moving on to Brooklyn. After Brooklyn, we have Ray. After Ray, we have Sweeter. After Sweeter, we have Deep H. It looks like Deep H made a donation. So Deep H, I will add you to the list in just a second. All right, so James, yeah, I don't think she's there yet. I don't think she's there yet. And honestly, I don't think that it has anything to do with having children with you specifically. I think it's just having children, period, that she struggles with. Like, I'm getting the Eight of Cups, for example, and this could indicate that she's uncertain or conflicted about the idea of having children. Like, she might feel like it's not the right time. She might even be like holding off on the idea of having children altogether. I think it's just too soon for her, because I'm getting like it's not emotionally connecting for her. Like, the desire to have a child is not like there for her. And I'm going to explain it just from like my perspective. Like, for instance, was I 26? I think I had just turned 26 when I met my husband. And we had this conversation where I was like, kids? And he's like, yeah, I mean, take it or leave it. Like, I think it would be cool to be a dad, but also it's not going to like make or break my life. And I was like, yeah, same. All right. We had so much life ahead of us. And a couple years down the road, I was like, I think I'm leaning more on having kids. And he's like, yeah, me too. But we're like, but are we like definitely going to do it? I don't know. Still, so it's like 29, 30. Then 30 hits, and I'm like, well, if we're going to do this, I need to be making a decision probably within the next 5 years. It's going to be really important just because of my biological clock. And we we're like, we still have to worry about a house. We want to get married. We have to worry about planning a wedding. Like, we just have too much ahead of us right now. We're not financially prepared, whatever. And I think it was about the time that he proposed to me, so like 2 years ago, that I was like, you know what? I do. I think I got to that point where I just knew. And now I'm in this place. Hey, Naisha, welcome in. Now I'm in this place right now where I'm like, okay, no, that's definitely it's fate you would come in on this combo. It's definitely something that I want for sure. Like, that's kind of where I'm at right now. And I think for her, she's back at that stage that I can relate to of maybe, but probably not. It's not gonna it's not gonna make or break my life. And I feel like for her, she just hasn't had that feeling yet. She hasn't had that overwhelming satisfaction and like there's like an emotional disconnect there of like what it would be like to be a mom. I feel like she could be in a place right now where it's just not something that aligns with her deeper desires or needs right now. And she could be seeking something fulfilling outside of having children. She might be thinking that something else would fulfill her life in a better way. And it's making her hesitant to take on the responsibility of children if she doesn't feel emotionally or completely prepared or certain. And it doesn't necessarily mean a no. I just think this isn't like the right time for her to be thinking about this, because when she does, it could have the opposite effect. If she thinks about it too soon, it could actually make her feel like she needs to it might be pushing her in the wrong direction of like just not wanting kids at all, because it's too much. Like the Eight of Swords is here and it's representing her feeling trapped or restricted by external circumstances and fears, and that she's feeling mentally like trapped by the idea. There could be fears surrounding responsibility, concerns for the future, or financial situations. Being stuck in a position without a clear way out to her could feel like a nightmare, and that's a huge commitment. And so there's a lot of things that are highlighting mental constraints for her that's making her feel like it's not the right time to be thinking about this. I think that, she has concerns of how children would impact her life, impact her romantic relationship. It's a big deal. It's a big change for something like that. So I think she's still grappling with a decision that feels like, this huge life-changing turning point moment. And I think this is going to require a lot of like reflection and more like internal reflection in her life. I think that there's some people that just know that they want to have kids from a very early age. And then I think there's some people who it takes time to come to that conclusion. And sometimes they don't even want to come to that conclusion. There's some people out there who don't want kids, period. And they always have known that. I do think she's somewhere in between, but I think she's more on the side of, no, I can't think about this right now. So I don't know. Like, I don't think it has to do with you and like her feeling like you're not a good partner or you wouldn't make a good co-parent or a good father. I think, I think that if she thinks about it in that regard, she feels like everything's fair and that you both, you contribute just as much as she does. And, you would take care of things financially and stuff like that. And I think the problem is that she thinks too much about how this would affect her life as an individual. It's almost like she's thinking of herself being a single mom or something. Like, she's not thinking about it in the aspect of, well, we both would be parents. Well, we both would share responsibility. Because here's the thing, Patty is always like, glass is half empty. She's going to think of it as, well, what if we separate? What if we aren't together? What if you die and I'm left alone taking care of the kids? Like, she's always going to think about like the more like negative side. It is realistic to think that way, of course, but it's more on the side of like, well, what could go wrong rather than what could go right. And so I think that there's just a lot of stuff hidden beneath the surface. She feels she can't even parent herself. How can she parent someone else? So, like, yeah, there's just a lot going on here. And I just think she has a lack of clarity when it comes to her vision of like what having a child would really look like for her. And I think it's making her hesitant to fully embrace that idea. So that's what I've got for that, James. All right. So there's all of your readings. Hopefully this is making sense for you. We are going to move on to Brooklyn. Brooklyn donated a long time ago. She's been waiting a while. She donated for a mini reading, so we're gonna shuffle for her in just a second. Let me update the donation list as well so everyone can see where they are. Hey Brooklyn, thank you for your patience, friend. Sorry that took a little longer than 30 minutes. Oh my god, that was like almost an hour probably. It takes a long time to do those readings because it's a lot stacked at once. All right, so Brooklyn Ray Sweeter. And then we have Deep H and then Nyasha. And let me see. I might have to go ahead and close the list. Let me see how much more time I have. All right, 5, 30. All right, I think I'll leave it open for just a little while longer. I have about 30 minutes more readings to do, so. All right. Okay, that sounds good, Nyasha. Yay, Gilmore Girls. All right, Brooklyn, what's next for me in love in January? I really want to reconcile with Chris Scorpio, but I doubt that will happen. All right, let's see. What's coming in love in January? Brooklyn, do you have Leo in your charts? Like Leo energy? I'm picking up on Leo right now. What's coming in January? I think you're still single in January, Brooklyn. I don't see the Scorpio around you at all. Oh, you are a Scorpio. Okay, cool. Oh, you're both Scorpio. Ooh. That sounds like a good match. I still think you're independent in January. I see you here as like the Two of Swords, so this could kind of indicate that you kind of have your love life on hold in January. You're not really doing much to like you're not pursuing anything, I guess I could say. Oh, I'm so sorry, girl. It doesn't mean it's never going to happen. It's just in January, I'm not seeing any Scorpio energy around you. Now, I do see an earth sign here. Knight of Pentacles could be Taurus, help me out. Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. It's a night. So for me, it's like there's interest there that might build over time, but it's not like a strong interest that's coming in. It's not super intense or anything that you're probably used to with Chris. So there could be something in January, maybe like the tail end or the second half or something like that comes in for you. But I still see you here, Nine of Pentacles, like a very like independent energy. I just don't feel like you're really pursuing anything outside of yourself. And I think because the Two of Swords is here, it could indicate that you're like, when you meet this person, like this earth vibe that I'm getting, it doesn't necessarily mean it has to be those signs, but he's giving off a earth persona. You know, his personality is very like earth like. It's making me feel like maybe you're torn between the two, because you're kind of like, okay, this is a new energy that's interested in me, but I still kind of have this thing with Chris. I'm not really sure. And so that Two of Swords could feel like this indecision, or it could feel like the indecision of, I don't really want to do anything because I'm still not over this person. And should I try to communicate with Chris, or should I just keep on with the like limited communication or whatever? But like there's this feeling of you're not quite satisfied in January. I do think January is a great time for you for personal growth. I think that in January you're kind of looking, oh, no contact. So it's just no contact at all. It's not even limited communication, just like no communication. So I think in January is a lot of self-reflection, a lot of like trying to bring closure for yourself. I have the Judgment card. So this could indicate that, you know, in the nearish future that Scorpio is going to come in and try to give you clarity, you know, and potentially try to come to a place where you guys make amends with each other and forgive one another, to be able to move on past this. But this could also be you in January, like trying to find ways to work through things on your own as well. Because I have the Eight of Cups. This talks about purging. It talks about self-discovery, walking away from things that are no longer serving you. So you might feel like new year, new me. But something tells me, though, that even in January, you're still have your heart set on Chris. Like, I don't think you're going to get over this in the next, 6 to 8 weeks. I think this person is still heavy on your mind. And that may be why you stay a little bit independent. There is, like I said, that possibility of that person coming in for you, that earth sign vibe. But again, that's something that's going to build slowly over time. I don't think it's going to be this instant infatuation and obsession with each other. And I think that there's a level of intensity, Brooklyn, that as a Scorpio you need from someone. You want to feel all consumed by that person. And the reason why you're struggling getting over it is probably because you feel like that intensity was matched, and you feel like it's probably very hard for you to invest emotionally into someone because, you know, you feel like no one can really meet you at that level that you need. And so I get that. That's kind of where I am as a Gemini, is like, if someone's not stimulating me mentally, like I'm bored. Like I cannot handle it. If I'm bored, you gotta go. I'm a commitment girly. Like I like being in a relationship, but that's why my husband and I are, you know, we have inside jokes. We mentally stimulate each other. We have deep conversations. Every day he's making me laugh. Like I just never get bored with him. And he told me the same thing, is that he always wants to be around me. And that's when he knew like he loved me, is that he's never got tired of being around me. He always wanted to be with me. So I kind of get that, you know, for you, Brooklyn, is like you have this like level of I don't know, infatuation, attraction, connection with this person, and it's like it's gonna be hard to rival. You're gonna be constantly matching, like, or like comparing, whoever it is that you meet to this connection that you had with Scorpio. And so that's why it's gonna be hard for you. But I think January is still kind of slow in the love department, friend. Do you need clarity on anything that I said? So, Brooklyn, since that's a separate question, I would need you to donate for me to continue on with that, because that's kind of like a whole new reading. Since you upgraded to an in-depth, I'll go a little bit further in detail on this question for you. Okay, got you, Ray. Let me just finish this reading for Brooklyn real quick. All right. Insight on the situation between Chris and Brooklyn. Will he come back? Will he come back? Should she move on? Should she move on? Will he offer something serious? So Brooklyn, I'm getting that he is going to come back. I feel like he wants to offer something more serious to you, something that's more like permanent, more final, more official. I don't know what this word is, but it's like the Hierophant here. It did come out with the Two of Pentacles, so it makes me feel like he is still kind of on the fence himself, but the Emperor and the Empress came out together. And so with these two cards, it indicates to me that you guys are like the ideal match, and that the only thing that's standing in your own ways is yourself, and like your own karma, your own trauma, your own issues, your own baggage. But if we're talking compatibility, you guys are very, very compatible. I think that he looks at you as someone who is like the ideal woman for him, someone who, like, I honestly think he kind of looks at you like as his wife, which is interesting. I think that he sees you as like the epitome of like what his woman would be, what she would look like, what she would act like. You're just like the ideal partner for him. And in that sense, I think that he will come back for you, because I don't think that he is ready to let you go. I think that he just struggles a little bit with like the idea of stepping up in a real way and making this work between you guys. Like that requires like effort or energy from him. And maybe like I don't know what the problem is. Like I don't know why you guys are not together. But if it has nothing to do with the relationship compatibility and everything to do with just like needing to work through individual triggers and issues and like growing as a person and as an individual, that's asking him to do more than what he's prepared for. But I do see it's something that he's considering. I would say the overall theme here is consideration. I am considering making this work because she's important to me, is what I hear him saying. And I see here with the Six of Wands like some kind of victory or celebration. So I think that, you know, you are going to get more of what you want out of this connection. I would say I wouldn't advise you to move on, but I also wouldn't advise you to like completely like make your life stagnant. I think move forward, but do it independently. Don't get into a new relationship, you know. Don't like look for a relationship. I think spirit is just saying that they want you to pretty much like stay independent. So that way when he's able to meet you, you guys are both in a good place, continue to grow on your own, but you don't necessarily need to move on. Now, if the universe comes in and drops a man in your lap and he's so good and so amazing and you can't pass it up and you got to go for it, then do your thing. But I feel like what Spirit is saying is that the compatibility that you have with Chris is like bar none, you know, like it's going to be very hard to rival, as I worded earlier. And unless you find someone who surpasses your connection with Chris, I think you just need to kind of be on your own for a little while. Just stay single. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to move on from him or like find someone new. It just means do your own thing, because I do think Chris is going to come back for you. I do think that he's going to reconnect with you, according to this reading, is what it feels like. Okay. All right, this is for Ray. Ray, did you want a general past, present, future, or did you want a love past, present, future? You're welcome, Brooklyn. Oh, career. I'm sorry, Ray. Ignore that. All right, we're doing a past, present, future career for Ray. Career. All right, Ray. So this is very interesting. Your past is the Emperor, your present is the Two of Swords, and your future is the Knight of Wands. In regards to your past, it's making me feel like you had to show up in some way that was like stable and disciplined. You may have even had a career where you had some kind of like supervisor role, like you were a lead or a manager or supervisor or something along those lines, or like you quickly promote easily within the companies that you work. You might have also done really well in like your younger years, like you might have done really well in school, or you might have been a really great athlete, or extracurriculars might have been like your forte. You might have gotten a job really young and just been a really hard worker. But there's something in the context here of like you've always put emphasis on making sure that you were really good at what it was that you were doing. If you were putting your all or your attention into something, you wanted to make sure that you were putting your best foot forward. You may also have kind of just like worked in careers or places that were very structured, like you had to be there at a certain time, you left at a certain time. Like a very disciplined environment, i.e., working for other people versus working for yourself. You might value responsibility. You might have had strong leadership or like managerial experiences. It can also signify a phase where you were focused on building a solid foundation or adhering to like a rigid system in your life. So you might have early on understood the importance of money. You might have understood the importance of needing to set up like a retirement fund or going to college or something along those lines. It just is like a heavy influence in your past of like understanding the importance of a career and like feeling like that's where you had to put your energy to make sure that you were a stand-up human being or like an active part of civilization or something. Now, this may have been just part of your personality, but it could have also been in part because of the expectations that were put onto you in early life or early childhood or early adulthood. In the current place, I have the Two of Swords. So this is a card that indicates indecision. Maybe going, you know what, I'm really grateful for everything that I've been through, all the experiences that I've had. But at the same time, I don't know if like this is the way I want to live my life for the rest of forever. There's definitely a very strong emphasis right now going on collectively of like the old world and old way of doing things versus like the new way of doing things. I know that there's like a break, I think, at like the millennial side of things where we were like, millennials were like the first ones to say, hey, yes, this is the way it's always been, but it's not how it always has to be. And I think any generation after millennial is like, I'm not doing a 9 to 5. I'm not doing 40 hours a week. So you might be in this place right now where you're facing a major career related decision or a crossroads. This can involve weighing two equally important options, but not feeling fully prepared or clear which direction to take, feeling like you need to balance more areas of your life. So you're carefully contemplating like the road ahead or the path forward. And so you're kind of in this place where you're like, what do I do? Like, I know what I don't want. What do I actually want? And I think that you may be like grappling with a difficult decision for yourself, not in terms of what do you not want to do, but in terms of where do you want to go from here? Do you get what I mean? Oh, you said you no longer want to remain in the classroom. So you're thinking about like a choice, this present time, Two of Swords, of which way to go and what to do and what's next for you. Because maybe in this career, you're getting this feeling of being stuck or something. You kind of feel like, okay, this is the old me. This was the decision that I made a long time ago, but it no longer aligns with who I am now. Do you get what I mean? And then in terms of the future, Sorry, I just got another message. I just want to make sure I didn't already say it. Yeah, no, we're good. Okay, Knight of Wands. So the Knight of Wands suggests that once you make a decision, you will move forward and take on new and exciting challenges in your career. The Knight of Wands is the energy that focuses, okay, so here's some direction, because you said you don't have a lot of choices. Your future has to do with the Knight of Wands. This is energy, being bold, being courageous, being adventurous, pursuing like something that you feel passionate about, something that gets you excited, something that's daring, dare I say, risky, something that maybe not a lot of people have done, but you have enough belief in it to give it a try and see if it's something that you could do. Because the one thing you want to think, Ray, is not what career do I want, but you want to think to yourself, what is it I want out of life? Like, if career wasn't an option, what kind of life do I want? What kind of lifestyle do I want? When I wake up in the morning, what is the first thing I do? What do I do in the middle of the day? What do I do, at the end of the day? What do you want your life to look like? And then from there, try to figure out what kind of career could you have that's conducive to that lifestyle. Because I think sometimes our passions aren't always going to be career oriented. Our passions are going to be our lifestyle, and the career is just the vehicle that gets us to that lifestyle that we want. So maybe you don't have to think too much about like, what are my choices or what are my options, but more like what job is going to fit into the lifestyle that I want. Because what I see for your future is you doing something that you're passionate about, doing something that's dynamic, maybe even dabbling a little bit in entrepreneurial things. This is like the card of pursuing a new venture or project that requires courage and bold action, and something that's a bit more daring, something that's a bit more exciting, something that's unorthodox, if you will. The Knight of Wands just is like, I'm not going to be scared because I know this is what I want and I'm just going to go for it. So I think keeping with that mentality, you saying that you keep applying to things that you're interested in but you haven't heard back, I think you should still keep doing that, because that just might mean that those particular things aren't for you, but it doesn't mean that you can't keep applying. It doesn't mean that you aren't going to ever hear back from something. And also take some time to kind of think outside of the box as well. I mean, I never knew that I was going to be doing spiritual work for a living back when I was in high school. Like, I never knew that this is the path I would be taking. So there may be some other stuff out there that you have yet to explore that might be good for you. That might be something that you're interested in. I do this full time. Like, and not saying you have to do spiritual work, but I'm just saying, like, I went to high school. I was a almost straight A student. I graduated with almost a 4.0. I went to cosmetology school. I got my cosmetology license. I was a manager at a salon. I also worked in the medical field for 7 years. I also worked in hospitality, and like, I worked in many, many different places. And here I am going, oh, I'm quitting. Oh, and I worked in like exterior services for like residential properties. So I'm over here going, like, I've been through a lot of different career paths, never knew I was going to end up here, and here I am. So I'm just saying, well, yeah, you have to, I mean, that's completely understandable. I'm not trying to tell you to like take a path that hasn't been walked. I know that you probably aren't in a position to like take a lot of chances, but I'm just trying to encourage you to think outside of the box. Like, for instance, my husband, he has a degree in criminal justice, and there's like a whole bunch of like career paths that he could have taken, like being a police officer, working as a paralegal, all of these like natural places that if you have a criminal justice degree, you could go down, become a detective, all this stuff. But he didn't choose that. He chose like an adjacent job, where right now he's a security monitoring specialist. And that's not a typical career with a criminal justice degree. However, it is using his criminal justice degree, but it's just not a typical job that he would have typically gone for, someone in that degree would have gone for. So if there is like a adjacent job that you could utilize your degrees for to keep you at like, you know, a good salary, but maybe isn't like the natural thing that people think of when they think of your degrees, I'm just trying to say if there's anything you can do to expand or think outside of the box, or maybe even do something that maybe is traditional, but maybe you have some kind of side hustle or something that's going on, you know, off to the side that's going to help you get the life that you're looking for. Because your main restriction right now is finances, right? Because you're saying, I can't afford to do that. I have to use my degrees. Well, what if you had a job that didn't have anything to do with your degrees, but paid you more than the degree opportunity would? That's what I'm trying to say. So, I mean, and there's options out there. So, I don't want you to feel discouraged. I want you to walk away from this reading feeling empowered and feeling like, okay, you know what? It hasn't worked out for me just yet, but it's going to at some point. Um but yeah, I think what's up ahead for you is just something that you feel more passionate about, something that feels more aligned with who you are today versus who you were when you decided to take on these degrees that you currently have. You're welcome, Ray. I hope that you can get yourself out of the classroom soon. And I hope that whatever career you find is like double what you make now, or at least a significant pay bump, because everyone deserves to get paid a livable, like comfortable salary. You know what I mean? And like they deserve to not feel like super stressed out either in life. You deserve to feel like you are aligned in the career that you have and you feel like it's what you're supposed to be doing. There's nothing worse than feeling like you're stuck somewhere that just doesn't feel right anymore. Oh, you're good, sweeter. Can you post your question for me? How's speaking going to go for you? All right. Ooh, okay. All right, girl, don't shoot the messenger. Please don't shoot the messenger. Hey, Deep, I'm going to do your question next. I just wanted to check in and make sure you were here. I'm not getting great cards for you, sweeter. I have the Empress and the Four of Cups, which indicates to me a dissatisfaction on your part for this weekend. I think that uh oh my god, I don't know, this doesn't feel good. I want to tell you better things. I feel like Rashad is in this place where he is kind of unchanged. Like, I don't feel like when you see him, he's going to be any different or acting any different in terms of like giving you really anything like of substance. Like, I don't think he's gonna say, I'm gonna change, I want to be with you, let's make it official, I really have feelings for you, like, let's do this. Like, I don't think that he's offering you anything different than what he has been in the past. And I think that every time you see him, you're hoping things will be different, and I feel like every single time is like he's disappointing you, and that's what it feels like to me. I feel like he's letting you down this weekend. I feel like there's some level of dissatisfaction. It could even be too, like, if you guys hook up, like, I feel like he's just worried about himself or something. Like, there's just a feeling of like selfishness when it comes to you, like jealousy, selfishness. Like, he wants you, doesn't want anyone else to have you, but he's not like giving to you what you deserve and making you the priority and making sure that you feel taken care of and satisfied. And I'm getting jealousy. Well, we have a third party here. We have the Three of Pentacles. So could this be that other person that we've been talking about potentially? You want honesty? Yeah, I think that's what it is. The third party's coming in. Um yeah, he's coming in. Basically, what they're telling me is that old habits die hard and he's pretty stuck in his ways. I have the Emperor here. The Emperor, whenever I see this card, there's a very positive like interpretation of this card, indicating someone who's steady and someone who's stable, and someone who you can rely on or expect to be like there for you. But the negative side of it is that if a person is not like giving to you what you want them to, when the Emperor shows up, it indicates this person is unwilling to change. There is a level of stubbornness that comes with this card. It indicates that he feels like he is at max potential right now, and he has no intention of changing. So if you feel that he has been distant, I'm sorry, not distant. If you feel like he hasn't been honest with you, I worry that he's still in this place that he's not going to be. Like, I worry about him, like, not changing for the better, not bettering himself, not bettering this connection. You're coming to me for honesty. Good, I'm glad. You're going to tell him you're going to be doing you while he gets himself together. You honestly just want better communication right now. Okay, that's good. That's good. I think that's great. I don't think he's going to be happy to hear this. To be completely honest with you, sweeter, you said you want the tea. He likes having access to you. He likes that you make yourself available to him, and he likes knowing that he can be with you whenever he wants to be with you. And I think you telling him I'm gonna do me. Like, I'm gonna be off doing my own thing. I don't think this is gonna sit well with him, but that's just too damn bad. You know what I mean? Hey Shiloh, if you want to donate, the donations are open. They will be closing soon. But if you're looking for a free question, you'll have to wait till next week because I closed my free list a couple hours ago. He tells you the truth, but not too much until he has to. Sorry, should have clarified. Okay, that's good. You meant you just want things to go smooth so he doesn't get on your nerves. He can go cry in the car. Yeah, sweeter, you can add on if you'd like. And then let me know what your question is. All right, sweeter, I got you for a second question. And then also, Shiloh, I got your donation, friend. I'll add you to the list here. Give me just a second. This is the list we've got going right now. He was blowing you up all day today. He's been losing his mind. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm like. He's not going to take that very well. Like, you saying, I'm just going to go do me. That's not going to go over too well for him. But like I said, that's too bad. That's just too bad. Because the thing is you've given him a lot of chances. And like, he's still figuring himself out. He's still getting himself together. And like, that's a him problem. That's not something you should have to sit here and deal with. Yeah, sure. Let's look at Milo's energy. Shiloh, you want to do the love reading? All right, that sounds good, Shiloh. Can you drop your person's name or initial or sun sign, the person that you're asking about? All right, let's tap into Milo's energy for sweeter. I got it, Shiloh. So what I'm going to do, Shiloh, is when it's your turn, we're going to do the love spread. I'm going to call on you. If you're here, then you can watch live. If you're not here, then you can just come back later and watch the recording, okay? You gave him enough to man up, never said, I wanted to marry the guy, but he allows fear to control him. Yeah. So, sweeter, what are you looking for? Because I know you said you're not looking for anything serious, but you're welcome, Shiloh. Is there are you looking for, are you just saying you want everything but the title? Are you okay with the title? You've been grounding yourself a lot and meditating and affirming. You feel a shift. Your self-concept seems to be so much better. Oh, I like that. For right now, yes. All right. Everyone knows that when I sneeze, you're going to be hearing from your person. I don't know what it is about it. I can't explain it, but if I sneeze during your reading and you're asking about someone in particular, you are going to hear from that person. So thank you, sweeter. You will hear from Milo, sweeter. He is reaching out to you. A lot of times it's fast incoming communication. So usually within hours or days, you hear from this person. I don't know why. I don't know what this is, but I just have to tell you. When he leaves your presence, he's out of your face, so basically out of sight, out of mind. You just want someone around you can have an intellectual conversation with who feels free to be themselves. So what it is you don't like the restriction that he puts on himself. You feel like he's constantly holding back and has a wall up. And so he's not showing up in your experience as someone who's authentic and confident within themselves, and that's unattractive or unappealing to you. Well, I feel like Milo is emotionally drawn to you. I think he admires your independence and strength. I think he looks at you as someone who can take care of themselves and you don't need a man kind of vibe. And I think that he really digs that. Like, he's into it. I think that he enjoys your company, and I think that there is something that you fulfill for him when you guys are together that's unrivaled. It's like not something that other people can do. Like, the way he feels with you is different. He sees you as someone who brings positive energy into his life, and he feels good around you. And I think some of his favorite times with you are like when they're kind of lighthearted or flirty moments. He really enjoys that. Funny, because I was thinking about what his reaction is going to be when I break it to him. His first thought might turn to Milo. Milo's been posting things about wanting a great woman who has emotional stability. He said he wants to be loved, but he could be putting on a show. Yeah, that's the thing about Milo, is that I believe him when he says that he wants those things. The problem is that he's never had that before, and old habits die hard. And what is he going to do when the going gets tough? Is he going to stick it out and fight for the relationship? Or is he going to run off and go back to his old ways? That's what I worry about with him. Milo feels that he has a level of admiration for you. He feels that you are successful and that you've cultivated a really good life for yourself. He views you as confident and elegant. He thinks you know your worth, and he respects that. And he appreciates that about you. I feel like he's looking for every opportunity available to be in your energy. So he could be curating some type of like way to be with you or be around you or be near you. So he might be like scheming. For instance, he might be trying to, for example, okay, this is what I'm trying to say. He is trying to find ways to be around you or be near you. So he might throw a party at his house just for the sake of inviting you there. He doesn't want you to know that he's doing that. So he's just basically curating experiences where you guys can be together or be near each other. And he's it's a facade. Like he's trying to act like it's something he was already going to be doing. So he's trying to find ways to be near you, be around you, have an excuse to invite you to things. He's basically trying to scheme, and I mean scheme in a good way, ways to like have you around or be around you. Does that make sense? Like he might go, "Hey, let's go to this bar." I don't know, like, this spot. Let's go to this spot real quick. I'm going to invite this person, this person, this person. Oh, and by the way, if you want to invite Sweeter, feel free. Like he's hoping you'll be there. He's doing these things in hopes that you will be there. He's watching everything you post. Yeah. Type as you can. It's okay. I have people I do readings for that they don't even type to me at all. So like, I'm not worried about that. You said intuitively you've been feeling this. That's why you think he's been trying to get you to have your friends connect with him. Yes, he's going out of his way to look for excuses to communicate with you. He feels a strong attraction and desire for you and feels deeply drawn to you, not just emotionally, but physically as well. And I feel like he has this, like, he's like overcome with this urge to explore the potential of this connection further. I feel like he has a strong pull to take action and pursue things with you with like not aggression, but he's like, oh, he's going for it. Like I think that he's very much like eager to try to see what he can do. Deep says, sounds like a kid with a crush. Sorry to eavesdrop. Oh, you're good. You're good. I think he's got a crush on her for sure. I mean, she knows it too. Like, it's very, very clear. I think he's said things too to imply it, to imply that. Yeah, I think you're right, sweeter. I don't think Rashad likes being the middleman. All right, sweeter. That's what I've got for you, friend. Yeah. He is. And the thing is I don't think that Milo should be trusting him. To like, because I think that Rashad, he has his own ulterior motives. I don't think it's smart of Milo to try to use him to be the messenger, because it's going to be like a game of telephone. Rashad's going to try to make Milo look bad. Oh my God. Okay, I swear to you, sweeter, I wasn't even looking at the chat when I said that. I was looking at my emails because I was trying to see how much I had left in me to keep taking donations. So I was doing the math on how long I was going to still be on here for. When I said that he's trying to make Milo look bad, I wasn't even looking at the chat. So I came back over here and read your comment. That made me laugh. Yeah, I was picking that up for sure, for sure. Yeah, they need to stop playing this game. Milo just needs to tell you straight to your face. Yeah, I did pick it up. You're welcome, sweeter. Absolutely. Thanks, friend. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Well, have a good night, sweeter. It was really nice connecting with you. We have a lot of Scorpios in the chat today. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. I put the wrong person on screen. Where am I? Deep. This is for Deep. Let's see. Deep. I have you down for a mini reading. And you wanted a past, present, future love. Is that correct? Past, present, future love. Have a good night, sweeter. You like to keep the stream running. You'll be doing your hair. Okay, sweet. Thank you. That's awesome. Yeah, listen in. Well, I think I'm going to be closing the list here soon. I'm getting tired. It's been almost 4 hours. I'm going to do a last call. By the way, after this reading, guys, I'm going to need to run to the restroom. I've been here for almost 4 hours. I got to take a quick break, but then I'll be back to finish out the list. So we're going to do a last call for donations. Anybody that's wanting to get a reading in tonight, make sure that you do that. All right, Deep. Past, present, future, love. All right, Deep. I'm looking over your cards right now. All right. I think you got a lot of big changes coming up ahead, Deep, but you know the phrase where they say, like, sometimes it gets worse before it gets better? That's kind of the feeling that I have for you right now. So we have the Queen of Cups in the past, we have Death in the present, and we have the Tower in the future. And I did double check and pull 3 more cards just to verify. And the energy is very, very similar. With in the past 10 of Cups, present the Lovers, in the future 5 of Pentacles. So I feel that the future is a little bit undecided at this time. You could have some unexpected upheavals or revelations in the near future that shakes the foundation of your love life. And I think ultimately it's going to clear a way for new growth and transformation for you. But I think that these challenges have to do with isolation or feeling like lack in your love life, feeling, or maybe like you're comparing yourself to other people. Um, You said, thanks. You're being a dummy. Hope the reading helps you stop wasting your time pining for a relationship. You're smarter than this. You can't focus on work. You love being single but feel impatient. So I think this is a really good check-in, because what's happening is that, as you say, you're pining for a relationship that's not giving to you. And I had said something earlier in the night to one of my other clients, and I was like, you're putting a lot of focus on a relationship that's going nowhere when you have all these other areas of life that are feeling neglected, because you're putting all of your attention on something that's never going to give to you. And if your life felt exceptional in all of these other areas, you wouldn't be worried about this one person, because you'd be so happy with your life that you wouldn't need that one person to bring you that happiness or bring you that joy. And that's what I feel for you, is that, you're going through a difficult period where you feel maybe disconnected, but remember that this is temporary and this can be overcome. And the best thing about tarot readings is that it lets you know where you're at right now. So if you don't like the outcome of this future, if you're like, I don't want a challenging love life, I don't want a turbulent future in my love, then you can change it. Because what's happening here, Deep, is that you're in this fork in the road right now, okay? And basically you can move forward with confidence and move on and make way for greater blessings, or you can keep going down the path that you've been going down that's not really proving fruitful for you, that's not giving to you, it's not giving you what you're looking for. They make you spiral when you text. So a lot of the times in life, when we feel like we're pining for something that we're like, I don't even know if I want this, but hey, it's interesting, it's giving me drama, it's giving me life, because I feel like my life is uninteresting, or you're not enthusiastic about it. A lot of times we're going to seek out the drama, we're going to seek out the texts that make us spiral, we're going to seek out the person that gives us confusion, because hey, at least something's going on in our life. But if you think about all the other areas of life, your career, your friendships, your relationships with your family, your your livelihood, your environment, your experiences, your health, your if you have a religion or a spirituality, mental health, emotional health, therapy, if you think about all these other aspects of life that we have, if those are going really, really well and they're exceptionally better than anything else that's going on for us, you're not going to, fuss. You're not going to fuss with someone who's just bringing you confusion. So if you're but if your life isn't good, or you're perceiving your life as to not be good, you're going to hold on to this one person, this one thing that really isn't giving to you, because you're like, oh, I need that. I need that to entertain me. I need that to make my life better, when really it's not. It's not making your life better. So my advice is to focus on the other areas of life that you can control and make it better, and focus on those areas, because at some point, this person that you're saying you're wasting time on, they're going to be obsolete, because you have so many other things going for you. You know what I mean? So in regards to that, let's touch down on what's going on in the present. Right now you're at like the fork in the road, okay? You're at this place where you're undergoing a significant transformation. You know that you're telling yourself your truth, and you know that what's coming from me during this reading is aligning with you and how you feel. And you need to let go of these old patterns, this past relationship that no longer aligns with who you are becoming. Because I don't want you to have a Tower future or a Five of Pentacles future. I want you to have a Ten of Cups future. I want you to be in a place where you're like, you know what? Because I let go of that thing, so much has opened up for me. That's what I want you to have. Okay. And the only way to move forward is to understand our past. They say that if you understand history, it can't repeat itself. All right. So I think with the past being the Queen of Cups is like you need to get back in touch with that part of yourself that's like, okay, I am nurturing. I am worthy of love. I do have emotional wisdom. I do provide care in my relationships. I am guided by intuition and empathy. And I do deserve to experience emotional fulfillment and harmony and happiness. And I do dream of true emotional satisfaction in a relationship. You can go back to that point before you were, for lack of better words, traumatized. If you can go back to that point before this person, or even before all of the disappointments, and you're just this hopeful person, just excited to see what love has to offer, get back in touch with that person, because I think that that's going to leave you feeling less jaded, less confused, and I think you're going to open up so many more paths forward for you that are going to feel filled. How do you say that? They're going to be filled with clarity for you. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm picking up for you, is like this need to shift, this need to change direction. And then I think that you can, you know, change this trajectory. You get what I mean? I hope so. You're very welcome, Deep. I hope you enjoyed your reading with me. Hey, I speak. Yes, friend, you can donate if you like. Have a great night, Deep. It was so nice connecting with you. I hope we see you back here again. Okay, I speak. I'm going to have you be the last person on my list tonight. You're welcome, Deep. Have a wonderful evening. All right, so let me add I speak to the list here. And Asia is up next. And then the list is closed. And Asia dropped her question. Did I watch Wicked, the new movie? It's so good and powerful. No, I didn't see it. I didn't. I know there's been a lot of talk about it. My brother did. I know he went to see it at one point. I think it was like a week ago, maybe. I think it was very new in theaters, so whenever that was. but I have not seen it. Naija, I just saw your second question. A very affordable law school is on my radar. My favorite part. Tell me more. Tell me more. All right, so Naija, I've got you, and then I have Shiloh, and then I have I Speak after that. And then my list is done for the night because it's probably going to be like almost a 5-hour stream at that point. So I'm going to have to get going. But Naija, if it's cool with you, I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick because I've been here for a while and I got to go. I kept trying to like get like through all of the people that donated a long time ago, but by the time I'm done with yours, the next person on the list will have been waiting almost an hour as well, and I'm just never going to get to the bathroom if I don't go now. So I'm going to run real quick. All right, thanks, friend. I'm going to do that, and then I'm also going to grab a drink because I finished my tea. Oh, I'm really happy that you enjoyed it. I Speak. Thank you for letting me know that it was good because I've only heard of people going to see it, but I've never heard of people what they thought of the movie afterwards. So I'm going to put that on my list of things to see. I might not get to it in theaters, but I will still like keep that on my radar. How are things? Not too crazy about your job. You're hanging in there. Recently diagnosed with chronic migraines. Ooh. My sister-in-law has that. She's had so many tests, like scans and all kinds of crap. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm like, that just sounds completely debilitating. Well, I was recently diagnosed. Well, it's a working diagnosis, but I have a recent diagnosis of fibromyalgia. I said to my doctor, I was like, am I too young for that? And she was like, no. She's like, actually, your age does not concern me at all with this diagnosis because I've seen people in their 20s that have it. But we were going over like all of my symptoms and stuff. And she's like, yep, I'm pretty sure you've got it. She's like, let's do labs just to make sure there's nothing else going on. But none of my labs there were some abnormal parts of my labs for sure, but nothing that is abnormal that could correlate with having similar symptoms as fibromyalgia. So there was nothing to kind of like say a rule out that that's what it is in my lab work. Fibromyalgia, it's basically like an issue from my understanding. I mean, I'm still learning about it, but it's basically where the symptoms that I have that make her think that I have it is because I have very sensitive skin. Like if you touch my skin, like if you poke too hard, like even if you poke, like not even just too hard, if you poke my skin, it hurts me. It hurts really, really bad. Like if people go and grab my arm or something, it literally feels like a bruise. It feels so intense. And like it's just extremely painful. Like they were like pushing on my skin and I was like, this is uncomfortable. Like this is very painful. And I thought that this was like a symptom of like, because I noticed that it's higher around my menstrual cycle. And I was like, I'm telling my sister, I'm like, like when you're on your period and your skin hurts? And she's like, no, that's not normal. And I'm like this all the time. My husband knows, like he can't like hug me too hard or touch my skin too hard, and it's really debilitating. And I thought that it was related to hypothyroidism because hypothyroidism is a very similar symptom, except for I didn't know that that's not generally a symptom of hypothyroidism. But because I have that, I just chalk everything up to it. And when you're living in your body, you don't always know when something is different from other people. Like I go through pain every single day and it doesn't dawn on me that this is not normal. Like, because I don't know what it's like to be in a quote unquote normal body. I only know what it's like to be in my body. So if I'm going through pain, my pain might be at like a 6 or a 7 every day, and other people's is just non-existent. So if someone else was to jump in my body, they'd be like, yeah, this is not normal. You're experiencing something completely different than what I've ever experienced. But because it's so normal for me, I don't realize that it's quote unquote abnormal. So, fibromyalgia is a chronic condition that causes widespread pain and tenderness in your body, and it can contribute to fatigue, trouble sleeping, headaches, cramping, muscle pain, depression, insomnia, hypersensitivity, numbness or tingling, and sensitivity to light, noise, odors, and temperatures. And that is literally me. I'm extremely all of those things. And yeah, but the only like real test that they can do is a deep muscle test that apparently is extremely painful. And she's like, I don't want to put you through that unnecessarily. So she was like, let's do a working diagnosis. Well, there's not actually labs that can be done for this, it's just muscle testing. But she was like, but I'm gonna still put it down as a diagnosis for you, and if your labs come back that could potentially, like, if you're deficient in something and that can contribute to the symptoms you're experiencing with fibromyalgia, then we'll rule fibromyalgia out. But according to her, all of my test results came back normal in that regard. There was no markers that indicates I was outside of the limits for anything being over or under. And so she's like, all right, I guess it's fibromyalgia it is. So that's what's going on with me lately. Thank you so much. The treatment plan, honestly, there's not really much that you can do. My family, like my grandma's on disability for it. There's really not much you can do, to be honest. Like there's nerve medication that you can take, but because I'm going to start my fertility journey in the near future, she doesn't want to put me on medications. So it's really just something I have to live with. So my treatments are going to be holistic. They're going to be, yeah. It's passed on through my family. Just in my immediate family, there's like multiple autoimmune disorders. My mom has lupus. I have hypothyroidism. My brother has type 1 diabetes. My other brother has EOE. And those are all autoimmune disorders. And it's interesting because they're all different. We're all different, but we all have autoimmune issues. And then my grandma also has hypothyroidism and she has fibromyalgia. So, yeah, it's passed down, but I'm working on holistic approach. I'm taking zinc, I'm doing my probiotics, I'm doing my vitamins. I'm on a new thyroid regimen, sort of. And my husband also got me a vibration plate, which is going to be my Christmas gift. And that's supposed to help with lymphatic drainage as well as circulation, as well as helping you work out. And, regulating your nervous system, because I think a lot of my autoimmune issues have to do with trauma. So I'm working through that, and I'm kind of hoping that like my holistic approach from all angles, that in conjunction with what my doctor's trying to do for me, will help alleviate some of the symptoms that I've been experiencing. But yeah, I mean, really, there's just like, I think gabapentin, like I think just nerve pain. But I'm like, I don't want to, I mean, I want to still have sensory. Like I don't want to completely like block out any kind of like sensation at all. So, and I don't like taking medications. I'd rather just deal with it. So, yeah. Oh, you guys are awesome. Luckily, I have hit the depression stage at certain points, but I'm on the up and up at this point. And I've been taking, CBD is another one that I've been doing when my pain gets really bad. Oh, thank you, Naija. Yeah, I know. I'm scared. I'm like, I want to take that blood test where it tells you your biological age, but I'm also like, it's going to tell me I'm like 56. Like, I just know it. Sweeter says they found autoimmune in your MRI, but they aren't sure what it is. Oh my gosh. Gentle yoga. Yes, doing that and also Pilates seems to be really good for me too. Yeah, I'm trying to stick with holistic healing. I also have, I'm going to be ordering this wild yam product, which I've been seeing a lot all over TikTok, but it's basically like a cream that you put on your skin and your body absorbs into your blood, and it helps encourage your body to produce its own progesterone, and it balances out your estrogen and your testosterone. So I'm really trying hard to just like find holistic ways to navigate through this. I really am trying to create the best conditions I can for my future, for my physical body. And it's tough. It's definitely trial and error, but we're doing good. I'm just sorry, Naisha, that you're experiencing what you are, because I don't have any solutions to migraines. Like, I just feel really bad for you. You need to work on lymphatic drainage. Super exciting about fertility journey. Thank you. Might have to message you privately if you don't mind. I have questions. Sweeter, yeah, message me. You can message me Instagram like you do, or email. I'm happy to share any knowledge that I have for sure. Yeah, I have, that's all I have on. Oh, and I've been doing dandelion tea as well. So I've been doing a lot of supplements, a lot of teas, a lot of vitamins, a lot of creams, like all kinds of stuff. um but yeah, the vibration plate, I'm really looking forward to it. If you guys have never heard of a vibration plate, you should absolutely Google it, because I cannot wait to get my hands on this baby. But I have a lot on my wish list that's like apothecary books and learning the herbal side of things and how to heal myself from the inside out using what is on this earth. I don't like taking medication. I really don't. Sweeter, yeah, it's very, very, very hard. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. And then I also have I have a inflammation disorder as well. Um, so like I have a lot of trigger foods and stuff that can cause a lot of inflammation in my body. It's just, it's a lot of fun over here. But I still haven't run to the restroom, guys. I'm so sorry. Let me do that really quickly. Oh, sweeter, that's so nice of you to say that. Thanks, girl. I'm sorry you go through that too. But yes, feel free to message me. I'm pretty well versed in autoimmune disorders. So if you have any questions about that, I'm all ears. I might not be able to get back to you right away, but I will respond. Okay, so this is for Nyasia. What does Spirit want you to know? What does Spirit want you to know? Wow. Oh my gosh, this is such a powerful reading, Nyasia. This is crazy. Okay, so first of all, um, oh my god, they're highlighting the importance of diligence and skill building and focusing on the details and encouraging you to stay committed to honing your craft. I assume this is your career or personal project or your own development, but they're saying stay committed. Success is going to come for you through effort, dedication, and consistency. They are highlighting perseverance and resilience after challenges and reminding you that you've been through a lot, but you're almost at the end of a cycle, like a difficult cycle. So if you are currently experiencing exhaustion or doubt, you're being urged to keep going because success is within reach. And that spirit, your spiritual team, I'm specifically hearing ancestors, interestingly enough, is offering strength and encouragement for you in times where you're feeling worn out. So if you feel tired, you're like, I don't know if I can, I don't know, I've got to like call it for the night. Then suddenly you get a rush of like energy. That's spirit coming in, because they want you to continue to persevere. You said amen. Working on a business. Yay, you had a good niche. Recently diagnosed with idiopathic intracranial hypertension. Oh my god. You know, I actually would have figured out what that is. I would have known that it was tension within your head. I would have known that, like pressure. Condition where pressure builds up in the skull for no reason, causing symptoms like headaches, memory issues, and vision problems. Oh my god. Oh my god, Nyasia, this must be so hard for you. This must be so hard for you, especially when you're trying to like build something in your life. Have you seen those like headache pressure reliever things? Do you know what I'm talking about? It's like a headache relief device, and it like pulls the pressure out of your ear. Do you have any idea what I'm talking about? I'm gonna send you a link. I've never tried it or used it. That's a very long link. I apologize in advance. Oh my god. I should have just hit the share button. Does this link work? Yes, it does. Okay, so you said you have to see your primary doctor and eye doctor once a month. Oh my god. All right, well, I just sent you the link for the ear pressure relief thing. And it's basically like this device that you squeeze out the air and then you set it inside your ear hole, and then you let the bulb part of it expand, and it's supposed to basically work like a suction cup. Like it's supposed to squeeze and pull the pressure out of your head. I've heard a lot of good things about it. So I would definitely like talk to your doctor about it and see if it's worth trying. This is not going to delay what you want to do for you. You're going to beat this shit. Yeah. You're dealing and sad, but you'll persevere. You will persevere. You're welcome. Definitely look into it. Ask your doctor if he thinks it will help. Or feel free to try it yourself, like that's up to you. But yeah, okay. So then I've got a card here that talks about like new beginnings in the material and financial realm. Spirit is offering you, Naisha, a new opportunity here. It's like a blessing for like a fresh start that's going to lead to long-term stability. And they're saying that there's a very tangible, real, accessible chance for growth and prosperity. The underlying theme here is keep going. Success is coming through effort, dedication, and consistency. It is here for you. It's within reach. You have to keep going. We also have like the King of Wands, and they're calling you to step into your personal power, to lead with confidence and pursue your goals with enthusiasm and clarity. And I feel like for you, you are doing that. Like you are stepping into that, having that energy of being like, this isn't going to stop me. Like I'm not going to let this just overcome and get in the way of my goals and what I'm trying to pursue. Do you know what I mean? And I feel like they want you to know and like be confident in the fact that you have the drive and the ability to take charge of your life and manifest what it is that you are wanting here. Be strategic, but be assertive. I also feel like there's a message here of structure and control and authority, suggesting that you're being guided every single day. Through every action that you take, every choice that you make, you're being guided to step into a position of greater control and responsibility. They want you to embody discipline and stability with a clear sense of direction and take charge of your destiny with a firm hand through wise decision making. It's like every single choice is what I'm getting. Every single choice that you're making is so pivotal for the outcome of your future that you have right now. Keep working hard and push through any current struggles. We know what those are. We can put a name on them, and anything that might come up that we don't know about, but just see that as success is on the horizon, because basically that's what Spirit is saying. is that you have such opportunity for growth waiting for you, and you have the vision. Like, that's not even the hard part. It's not even like about what am I doing or what am I going to do. I think that might have been the part for you for a little while, like not really knowing what path to take, but I don't think that is where you're at right now. I think you have the vision, you have the leadership, you have the experience, the discipline, all of that to make the most of it. So they're encouraging you to embrace all of this and continue to take control of your future with confidence. It's a message of perseverance and growth and new beginnings. And you're being guided to trust in these abilities and seize these opportunities ahead. So I feel like that's why I said this is such a powerful reading, because like every single card was like, you are successful. Like, this isn't even a matter of like, oh, it's a destination. Success is the destination. It's like, no, you already have it. Spirit's like, no, you've got it. Like, all you have to do is just keep building and it's going to come for you. You know what I mean? Okay, I love that there's a very affordable law school on your radar. That's incredible. We are shuffling. And Aisha, if you do like find a solution for your migraines, please share. It's like I said, my sister-in-law deals with them and they're extremely debilitating. There's been a lot of events that she has had to miss because of these migraines. And if she is able to make it, she's in pain like the entire time. She's miserable. So if you do find any kind of relief, or if like the Zoc thing works for you or anything like that, please share. 15K for all 4 years? Oh my God, that's incredible. That is incredible. Oh my God. Honestly, I don't think you should have to pay for education, but if you're going to pay for education, that's an incredible price. I know college, I know it's like 75K per year or something like that, like for college. So that's incredible. Yeah, you don't go anywhere because of them. It's affecting your quality of life. There's so much like silent pain that people go through every single day, and it's affecting their quality of life. And then there's nothing that they can do about it. Like, my family is encouraging me to apply for disability because, like, I'm grateful for this job. I'm grateful, but there's also so many days where it's like hard for me to eat. And I sit here. I sit on the couch or I sit at my desk. This isn't a physically laboring or taxing job. However, it is mentally exhausting, and a lot of the times that's what I don't have to offer. But I'm like, no, I'm just going to keep trying to get myself better. We'll see. But it's tough. It's tough. It's very, very hard. You miss out on a lot. I can't tell you how many things my husband's like, "Well, are you gonna be up to going?" And I'm like, "No, just go and tell them I say hi." I make it to a lot of stuff, but there's been a lot of things I miss out on. Like, I can completely relate to you on that. It's not enjoyable. And it's kind of, and that's where the depression kicks in though, Naija, is because you feel like it's affecting your quality of life and you feel like you're missing out on so much stuff. And that will get to you and that will affect you mentally. Like, I know people who can get into a depression because of a physical ailment that they're going through, you know? Mentally exhausting. Keep it in mind. I'm glad you have that option. Yeah, I'll see. I mean, my grandparents are very much like, you need to do it, you need to do it. But I've always been so, I'm gonna do this on my own. I'm gonna figure it out. Like, that's never really even been on my radar. But it would be extremely helpful in a lot of circumstances for me. Like, I'm lucky that have been able to find a career where I can do this for myself, and I'm lucky that I have a husband who supports me. But this would be a very hard life to live. Like, if I had to be reporting to a full-time 40-hour job, it just wouldn't be possible. You refuse to allow this to affect your legacy, though. You're going to grieve, dust off, and work towards moving forward. Yeah. I mean, that's all you can do. All right, I'm looking at your cards now. What I like to see first out is the Ace of Swords. I think this is absolutely incredible because this is indicating to me this is the right path forward for you. You are blessed that you work remote. Absolutely. Absolutely. So Ace of Swords is like victory. Ace of Swords is like, you did it, you found it, it's the right path forward. Like, Spirit is signaling that you have like a eureka, you've got it. Like, you found it. I feel like this is something that you should be taking decisive action on, according to these cards, suggesting that this law school is a true opportunity that aligns with your intellect and purpose. It's a signal of clarity cutting through confusion. And I think that you are in a position to make a clear, sharp decision right now without any hesitation. I think that this card is encouraging you to trust in your intellect and take a logical, strategic approach. I also feel like because it's so, what am I trying to say? It's so affordable. It's like almost unheard of. I feel like that's a blessing in disguise within itself. I also feel like the Three of Wands, speaking to expansion and future planning, being able to see opportunities from a broader perspective because you now have this opportunity in your lap. Like, you're like, okay, I could actually do this thing. Like, this is actually something that I out and touch is available to me. I feel like this law school may be an opportunity to open up new horizons for you and fulfill future aspirations. And I think that it would encourage you to think expansively. I think this choice could be the start of something much bigger, leading to so many doors. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so many doors opening up. I mean, think about it. Going to law school, there's so much you can do with that degree. There's so much that you can, I mean, and you don't even have to practice law. You could literally just have that knowledge, that shit in your back pocket for whatever it is your plans are. And you could know that if anything ever happens, you are able to represent yourself should you choose to do that. And if not, you can know who to hire because you have those connections and you have that understanding. And it's just going to set you up better for success. And like, you have all of these opportunities. Like I said, it doesn't even mean you have to practice law. It just means that you have that degree and then you're just like, oh shit, yeah, like, I've got it. I know what I'm doing here. You believe this would also elevate the business that you're working to start because it'll be used for the business. The business can pay for it. Yes, you want the knowledge. Exactly. I think that also with the Six of Cups, which is kind of like a sweet, kind of sentimental message, it's saying, like, in this context that this law school is somehow connected to you and what you have dreamed of or considered in the past. Maybe you've had a long held desire to pursue law, or you've had a dream that this can get you there for a long time. I think that this law school, like alternatively or additionally, with the Six of Cups, the law school will probably be the one that's very welcoming and supportive and brings a sense of comfort or familiarity to you. Maybe the people, maybe you'll cross paths with someone from the past here, or maybe that these people will be like the core people that you can continue to go to and rely on, the people that you're going to school with, because maybe they're going to be helping you in the future. Maybe this will be like a networking situation as well. And maybe also the people will be very welcoming and supportive. And then you're just going to kind of feel like this decision feels right for you, like right, almost in like in an emotionally nostalgic way. You're kind of like, oh, this is aha, like this is what I've been looking for. This is the feeling I've been looking for. Or like, but now I understand why I've been down the road that I've been, because like it's landed me here. Do you know what I mean? As a kid, you wanted to be a judge. Okay, that makes sense. Not anymore because it's so dangerous, but I would definitely use it to help people, especially seniors and special needs population. I never thought about being a judge being dangerous. That's so wild. Is it dangerous? I mean, when you say it like that, I understand how it can be dangerous. I just never realized. Wow, that's so crazy. I think that you are aligned with this decision to pursue law school. I think you should go for it. Like, if I was going to go off of these cards, obviously I'm not going to influence your decision, and that's up to you. But I think with this reading, I think you should go for it. I think there's a strong sense of forward momentum. And I think if you're feeling inspired by this opportunity, you should take the plunge. I think you're being divinely guided, and I think this law school could be a dream coming true for you. I think it could be aligned with your higher purpose. And I think that this is just like the start too, because I think you're going to find inspiration and support along the way, kind of how I was talking about before, is that it just doesn't end at this law school. It's not just one and done, got my degree, moving on. I think the connections that you make at this school are also going to help you unexpectedly in different ways in the future. People are crazy. It's validating your thoughts. I think you should. I'm so proud of you. Resonates wholeheartedly. Yay! Yeah, keep me posted, girl. I feel like this feels right. You know what I mean? Like it just feels right. It feels like deja vu. It feels like a synchronicity. I don't know. There's just something about it. FYI, when you're feeling sad, watch something that makes you laugh. I've been binging Gilmore Girls. Previously One Tree Hill. Yes, I love that. I do. I have watched both of those shows in the last year. I love I love One Tree Hill. Shiloh, if you're here, if you can check in with me, friend. I have your first question. Um, God, they had their reunion, their charity event in September, and we were in North Carolina the week before that. And then there was supposed to be a hurricane the following week. And we had just driven all the way to North Carolina. And if we were going to drive down there again to where they were at, it would have been like 13 hours or something like that. And we were like, But but if they have another one, we're definitely gonna look into it because I wanna like go to a One Tree Hill reunion at some point. I'm just sad because they said that they're not gonna do the basketball games anymore. Like they'll probably still do the meet and greets and stuff, but like the basketball games is one of the reasons I wanted to go. Yeah, a lot of hours. Hey Shiloh, welcome in. But, maybe one day, you never know, you never know. But I love that you love those shows too. It's like such like a homey, feel good kind of show. I just love it so much. I was thinking about watching Gilmore Girls, but I might start that over Christmas break. Um, because I feel like I've watched it so recently that I'm like I kind of want to wait until I'm like in the I might have to make that like an every other year kind of show because I know it so well. But yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Those are my favorites. Have a beautiful holiday because I probably won't see you before Christmas. Bye, Naija. All right, this is for Shiloh. This is a love spread. Love spread for Shiloh. In-depth love spread. All right, Shiloh, I'm shuffling for you now. About 30 seconds while I get your cards pulled. Definitely one day. Please check out Nobody Wants This with Kristen Bell. Okay, I'll check it out. Is it a movie or is it a show? Oh, rom-com. Oh, I like it. Yay. I hope to watch a lot of, also like unrelated, I hope to watch a lot of like Christmas movies and like Hallmark stuff, like really cheesy stuff. Like I want to get into that again this year. Hey Shiloh, I'm so sorry. My cats are misbehaving and they're doing things they're not supposed to be doing, so I have to get this under control real quick. All right, I think we're good. They're oh my god, they're driving me crazy. I just didn't want them to interrupt your reading because they tend to do that to people sometimes. So if I have to like, anyways. All right, so I went ahead and pulled your cards. So how does Maggie feel about you? We have the Six of Cups, Maggie's intentions, judgment. What do you want? Five of Wands. What does Maggie want? Five of Swords. Your strengths, Four of Cups. Weaknesses, Four of Pentacles. Energy around the relationship, Nine of Swords. What's hidden, Page of Swords. And will the relationship be successful? We have the Emperor. So Maggie looks at you with a sense of like nostalgia and warmth and emotional connection. Sometimes this card could indicate that you guys knew each other as kids, or you've grown up together, or there's just like this instant familiarity between the two of you. And it's often represented for a longing for your connection again, or like feeling comforted by you and looking at your connection with like positive affection. And I feel like her view of you is very sweet and tender and idealistic, and maybe you bring a lot of happy times to her. You have brought a lot of happy times to her, and she feels deep emotional ties to you. This is kind of reminiscent of like a first love or something like that, but take however it resonates for you. In terms of her intentions, we have the Judgment card. So I think she intends to make a significant decision about the future of your connection by seeking a higher understanding of her feelings. So this could be going deep into her own psyche. This could be trying to process her emotions for you through therapy or through some kind of modality or art form. I feel like she's looking for some type of healing in your connection, maybe wanting to offer clarity or closure for you. This is definitely looking like a transformative shift, either elevation of your connection or resolution to any unresolved issues that you guys may have had. If you guys have never experienced a relationship before, this could just be trying to be clear about her feelings for you or coming forward with those feelings. So I feel like I'm so sorry if she was in a place where you guys have had a relationship before in the past or something like that. She's looking to try to get some kind of understanding, forgiveness, healing, clarity, that kind of thing out of your connection. And if you guys haven't, or it's like a situationship, she's considering trying to let you know how she feels about you. In terms of what you want, I feel like you want to be seen. I feel like you want to be heard. I feel like you want her to desire you. I think you're craving some type of resolution to like a feeling that you have. Maybe looking to feel like you guys are on the same page, or that it's not just in your head, and that the feelings that you guys share is mutual. Maybe looking for some kind of action or change. And what she wants, it's interesting, you're 5 of Wands and she's 5 of Swords. She wants the same thing. She wants a resolution to a conflict in a manner that favors her perspective. She's, I don't know, maybe you guys are like feeling the same way, but like not realizing that each other's feeling the same way. And this is causing a lot of inner conflict or inner turmoil between the two of you. If there are any issues between you both, maybe Maggie just finally wants a victory. Maybe she just finally wants you to see her side of things. And she just needs to know that you see her or something like that. But again, that's only if you guys are in some kind of conflict. But otherwise, everything else I said still stands. Your strengths and your connection, you both have the ability to reflect on your emotional state and recognize that you need to make changes in your life. I think that there is a tendency here to withdraw or become disinterested by what's being offered. Like if she's wanting more from you, you're not offering it, she's getting upset. Or if you're wanting more and she's not offering it, you're getting upset. You know, that kind of thing. But I think that you guys have this ability to be introspective and to maybe at first immediately you don't feel like you're being understood, but maybe over time you start to digest and process and you're like, wait a second, I am starting to see their side, and you have the ability to pause and reassess for the sake and the benefit of your relationship. I think that um I think that you guys need to be careful of becoming too complacent or passive in the relationship. So if you're in, I mean, and I'm giving you like different angles determining on like what the status is of your connection. So like if you're in a relationship, I think you need to be careful of becoming too complacent or passive. I think you guys, for the sake of like being agreeable and the sake of like not having any kind of argument, I think you guys need to, you guys might like be willing to like push things under the rug, like sweep things under the rug. But I think for the sake and benefit of your relationship, you can't always do that. You have to be willing to rise to the challenge, be willing to use your voice and say how you feel and take action on certain things. And not become too complacent. So like, if you guys have been together for a long time, like maybe it's time to take things to the next step and or switch things up, shake things up, like add some spice back into your life, because I feel like that could be like something that would happen in a long-term relationship between the two of you potentially. Now, I feel that if you're in a situationship or you're not exactly sure where you stand with this person, you've never really entered a relationship with them or anything like that, and you're kind of just like in this like weird limbo stage, you guys can get caught up in the fantasy of it all. You guys, instead of taking action, could potentially like just fantasize about each other and never actually do anything about it. So that could be perceived as a weakness, is the inaction, the inability to like share and open up. There's the reluctance surrounding that. The energy around the relationship, we have the Nine of Swords. I think sometimes this connection can bring about anxiety or worry or wondering, or it can feel like it's over consuming your mind at times, because you can feel your doubts or fears creeping in. There's a lot of themes here, or like the main theme in this reading that I'm getting so far is that there's a lot of like unresolved things between you guys. There's unfinished business, there's unresolved questions or unanswered questions, there's clarity that's needed, and I think that's something that you guys might be both grappling with. This also, side note, could indicate that you are dealing with mental health, or Maggie is, and that could also be causing issues in the relationship. So take that if it resonates for you. You said, this is true. We've been broken up for 8 months, but dated for 2 years, and I feel a strong pull to her still. Yeah, there's definitely stuff that's unresolved here for sure. For sure. I think that you guys are holding back, and maybe you guys have to lean on each other a little bit more. Maybe you guys have to finally come out with it and be like, hey, like, I still have feelings for you. Like, I think that there's certain things that need to be acknowledged here so that you can understand where her head is at and she can understand where yours is at. Because for all you know, you both are feeling this way, and you know how much better it would make you feel to know that. Or how much better it would make you feel to be able to finally move on from her if she's going, I'm not feeling this way. But the thing is that I think she is, because you have the Six of Cups, and this is like her longing for this bond that you guys shared at one point, and looking at you with like positive affection. And it doesn't necessarily mean that she wants to get back together with you, but it does mean that she has some unresolved like things going on here between the two of you, that maybe getting that closure would be good. I think that there's a curiosity or desire to communicate more openly. But there's a reluctance here surrounding it, because it's like every time you think that's what you want, then we second guess ourselves about it, and we don't fully express what we're thinking or what we're feeling, and we're holding back. You know what I mean? You have under sorry if there's that's my cat's. He's literally got his head stuck in a box and he's dragging it around the house. So just if it's loud, ignore that. Will the relationship be successful? We have the Emperor, and it's basically indicating that if you guys are both willing to bring order and discipline and clarity and a sense of responsibility to the connection, you guys could have a very successful, strong, grounded relationship that emerges here. But it does require like learning, like making sure that the lessons that have been brought up through this connection have been learned, that there are boundaries set in place so that you guys can start off on a better foot with each other. But I do feel that this card favors long-term stability for the two of you. So I think this is a lot. I think I've said a lot, and I think you got to digest that. But I am happy to hear that it's resonating with you. And what you do with this information is your choice. I highly recommend maybe coming back tomorrow or the next day and listening to it again, because maybe some other areas that you didn't hear the first time will come through. But the main thing is like reaching out. The main thing is taking action. And it's like, who wants to go first, you know? You're very welcome, Shiloh. Thank you for letting me connect with your energy. It was a pleasure. I hope to see you back here again. All right, this is for I Speak. What does Spirit need you to know? What does Spirit need I Speak to know? What does I Speak? What does Spirit need I Speak to know? Girl. This is so interesting because I feel like when I tap into your energy, I feel good. I feel like we're cracking open, like we are giving into our emotions. We are letting ourselves feel things. Whether it's positive or negative or whatever, I tap into your energy and I go, okay, she's really starting to feel through things and letting emotions come out. And it could be something as simple as like an emotional TikTok, but you're letting yourself cry. It could be, for instance, the movie that you recommended, if it touches you, you're not afraid to like let those feelings come through. And so that's what I really love. And I feel like spirit is telling me that like you're, I don't know if you're uncomfortable with it. I don't know if you're uncomfortable with feeling these feelings or what. But you're very good at empathy. You're very good at taking on other people's feelings. But when it comes to experiencing your own, I think that could be harder for you for some reason. You're going through a breakup. Oh my God. Okay. So that was going to be like the next thing is I'm saying when I tap into her energy, it feels good in terms of, do you want to know what card I have for you? I have 3 of Swords. So that was going to be my next thing. I was going to say, but despite these emotions that are coming through, despite your energetic, like I feel like your soul is doing better, but I feel like your ego is not. Does that make sense? I have the Tower, and when I tell you the Tower came out, it was crazy because it came out and I was like, I don't know if that's for her. I'm going to put it back in the deck. Shuffled a couple more times. Tower. I kid you not. So that came through and I was like, oh dear. And then the very next card was Death. And then the very next card was 3 of Swords. And then I have 7 of Swords. So I'm like, oh dear. So that's why I wanted to open the reading with like telling you the positive that I am seeing, because I do feel like in your soul you're doing better, but it's like in your ego you're not. Your heart feels heavy or something. You don't want this change, but you're forcing yourself with kindness. It's interesting. It's almost like your soul is nurturing your ego. It's almost like, because I have the nurturer card. I have the Queen of Pentacles, which is why I'm feeling this. Like you're allowing yourself to go through these emotions. You're not judging yourself. That's the big one. That's the big thing. You're not judging yourself for what you're feeling. And I guess like before you might have been like, oh my God, why am I so upset? Why am I like crying at this? Why am I? And it's like now you're like, no, judgment free zone. Like if I'm upset, I'm going to just be upset. And I'm not going to judge these emotions. I'm going to just feel these emotions. That's like the big thing for me. You said you don't want this change. You're forcing yourself with kindness. Trauma bonds are real. That's what you're going through. I'm fighting addiction. I feel heartache. Your addiction to your trauma bond or addiction, like substance addiction. I see a lot of, yeah. Okay. I see a lot of turmoil. I don't know if turmoil is the right word. It's like upheaval, battles, challenges with this. I feel like there was a lot of mistrust in your last relationship. And I feel like this is a lesson for you to watch out for dishonesty. And I'm not just talking about within other people, I'm talking about within yourself as well. Think of the times that you may have been dishonest with yourself about what you were doing. Maybe you stayed longer than you should have. You didn't trust yourself to know what was the right choice, what was the right decision. And then there could have also been things that you didn't tell your person that you just broke up with your ex, or they didn't tell you. And it's a reminder to take care of your own boundaries and be discerning in who or what you trust during this time and moving forward. And not avoiding something or being, making sure you're completely honest with yourself. And it's time to really confront that. I'm so sorry that you're going through this heartache and pain and emotional distress. I know that the Three of Swords brings up a lot of feelings of grief and separation, and I think that acknowledging your hurt and pain and allowing yourself to grieve so that healing can begin is important. You need like an emotional release, like everything else in life. We need trigger releases, we need lymphatic releases, we need sexual releases. You also need emotional releases, and it's necessary for your growth, even though it's difficult. And the only way to release is to feel, and it sucks. But I hope that you are resonating with the energy I'm picking up of you're allowing yourself to feel and not judging yourself for it. A soul, mental, physical level, I feel better, but emotionally you're not doing okay. I'm so sorry. I know that this is like a sudden change for you. Is this someone that you have been kind of like going in a cycle with, in a sense? Like, is this the same person that you've known for a long time, probably wasn't good, but you keep going back to that? Or is this a new person? I definitely see gray in your aura. I speak. It's very cloudy, it's very murky, but there are colors there. You still have green. You still have a heart chakra there. Yeah, I can understand though that it's blocked. That makes sense. Yeah. I completely understand that. It's like you feel, but you know what it is, I speak, you're gonna feel it. It's shock is what it is. I don't necessarily, I mean, it can be a blocked heart chakra. I'm not going to invalidate, okay, that's what you think that it is, but I'm getting more from spirit that it's a sense of shock, that you can't cry because you're still in a state of shock. And granted, you guys could have broken up like a month ago for all I know, or longer than that, I don't know, or it could be very recent. But a lot of times we tend to not be able to tap into those other emotions when we are in a sense of shock. Okay. It can happen with a lot of things. Like, for instance, it can happen with good things. My husband, when he proposed to me, I just like stared. I just was like, what is happening? And I'm so excited, but I just didn't see it coming at that specific moment. And everyone was around, everyone was staring at me, waiting for some kind of reaction. I didn't feel uncomfortable, but I felt like, oh my God, everyone's looking at me. I never thought he would do this in front of people. I always thought it would just be me and him. I just didn't have time to process my emotions, right? And I'm like, of course I'm so happy. Like, that's an emotion that I felt for sure. But when it comes to like crying, I couldn't feel the, oh my God. But I will tell you what, the very next day, crying from morning till night, watching the video crying, the next day crying. Like, I mean, it finally came through. But I think that's just because the first night I was like, oh my God, like this is actually happening. The moment that you wait for your whole life is happening. And it was such a cute idea. I loved everything about it in hindsight. But in the moment, it was like really hard for me to process what was happening. And so I think that might be what you're going through, is that you're having a hard time processing what is actually happening. And so you're not able to tap into those other emotions as much. But they'll come. They will come to you. You feel like you're holding a lot of feelings because the addiction is there. You have moments where you crave a high from him. He's not good for you. The same dude gaslights me, keep going back. He's abusive. You left in mid-October. Didn't give him any notice. Block, change number, gone. I get you. Yeah. So it's like, it doesn't matter how long it's been. Like, I think you're still in a state of shock that it's happened, you know? So I think that's what's making it hard for you to really feel. And then also, there's a part of you that also knows that he wasn't good for you. And so there could be a subconscious motivation to not cry over him. Because you're like, why am I crying over him? He wasn't good for me. And so like, try not to judge it, okay? Like, try not to. The tears will come. They're going to come through, but they might come through in other ways that might surprise you. They might come through because you saw a commercial about something, or you saw like an emotional post on Facebook, or like a emotional reel or TikTok or something like that. It might not come through in a sense that you would think that it would because you're thinking about him. It's probably going to come through in other ways. I want to say that I'm very proud of you. And I feel like it's not easy to leave something that you feel trauma bonded with. And I'm not going to say that this is final, and I'm not going to say that it's not, in terms of your connection with this person, because addictions are hard. You know, like if you really feel like you're addicted to this person, that's going to be a challenge for the rest of your life. But because like what happens is like mentally, you know that it's not good for you, but you're like, I need it. I need my fix. You can't, it's hard to control. If it was all about logic and reason, then I think people would have a lot less heartache walking this planet. But I do have the 8 of Wands, which is, I feel, spirit encouraging you to embrace the swift changes that are happening. Focus on your goals. I think understanding that good things are happening to you simultaneously, and both things can be true at once. So just because you're going through a struggle in love doesn't mean that other good things aren't happening for you as well. You're in therapy, so staying away from him, I think that's for the best. I really do. I don't necessarily see you going back, I speak, but I think I struggle with that because I feel like you've been on this like hamster wheel with him for a long time. And I know that we do readings every once in a while, but it's like, it seems like even when I feel intuitively that you're not going to go back, I think I'm tapping into your feelings at that time. And I know that you feel certain, but then I think that there's like times where I don't talk to you as much and you make a decision in between to go back to him. And so it's like I feel torn telling you because I can tap into your energy right now and I know that you're not going to make that decision. I can feel confident that you're not going to make that decision. But then I find out later that you did. And so it's hard for me to say one way or the other because, as we all know, our future is determined on our decisions. And so I would never have thought that you would have got back together with him the last time, if that makes sense. But I think that we, can be, I don't like the word weak, but we can have a change of heart, and we can have weaker moments. And then we do go back to these people. I had a person in my life that I felt that way with. I knew he wasn't good for me, but I like craved that person and I craved their attention and I craved what they would give to me. But I think that it finally dawned on me at one point where I was giving to this person and I was like, hey, I'm throwing a baby shower for one of my friends. And I was like, I really need help with like the physical lifting. I was like, you don't have to stay or anything like that. But if you can stop by and help me, that would be great. And he didn't. And I don't know why that was such a significant thing to me after everything that he ever put me through. But it was just like a click moment for me because I was like, if he can't do this, what future do we have together? If he can't help me set something up for a friend, if he can't swing by because he has nothing else to do, then what am I doing trying to build a future with this person? I don't know what it was. It was just like a moment of just like, you know what, F this, because I feel like I've been there for that person. We had emotional, physical connection. I did a lot for this person. I let him like borrow my car sometimes when his car broke down. And, so he would use my car and I just trusted that. I made a lot of dumb choices and I lost a lot of money, like being in a connection with him. I was like independent and he was taking advantage of that. And I'm just like, you know what, after everything I have done for you, like, F this. And I don't know why that was the moment, but I finally was like, fuck this. Like, I'm not doing this anymore. And I sent him a message and I was like, you know what? After everything I've done for you, really thought that you could come through for me. Clearly, that's not what you want to do. And that's fine. But I'm looking for someone who's going to give to me what I'm looking for. And that's not you. So have a great life. Moving on. And that was it. That was the nail in the coffin for me. Yeah, when you're done, you're done. And so like I think that's what you have to get really honest with yourself about is like, did you finally hit your breaking point? Did you finally hit your done moment? Because if so, then you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to worry about going back. He said, I think I am. He doesn't have my number, and I'm just staying away because he almost made me feel like harming myself. Oh my God. Oh my God, I speak. And checking myself into a mental hospital, so I left. Yes, I did. I stay and be abused, lose everything, or leave him. I had to choose me. I speak. I'm so sorry. That actually sounds, if I may say, it sounds borderline abusive. Okay. I know that you said you have a trauma bond with him, but this feels very, very serious. If you want to drop your next question, feel free. And once I get done with you, I'm going to wrap this up because I'm getting hungry and it's Friday. Yes, you did. You stay and be abused and lose. Oh, wait, you said it is abuse. Oh my God, sorry. I completely missed that point, that part. Yeah. It was abuse. I know, so I left. Jeez. Well, I'm really proud of you. God, I had no idea it was at that point. I had no idea. Outside of therapy, do you have anyone that you can turn to and talk to? You're welcome. You went your separate ways. Yeah, I do feel that she valued your connection. I do think she still thinks about you, actually. I think that she felt like you guys had invested a lot in each other, and I think that this was hard on her that you guys went your separate ways. I have the Three of Swords from her perspective. Just your therapist, you're in support groups to try building your support system, but it's hard. You withhold feeling all the feelings because it's intense, but you believe in yourself. Do you write yourself little notes like that? Because I feel like so much of what you've been saying tonight is important for you to see. Like, I choose myself. I believe in myself. Like little like notes around your house, like little love letters to yourself, because it hurts my heart that you're alone. And I know that you have your therapist, which is great, and you're in support groups, but I'm like, I want you to have like a genuine friend who actually like really cares about you and like cares about your well-being. I don't want you to feel like you're alone. And I know sometimes abusive relationships can isolate you from people. He could have really damaged a lot of the relationships that you had before him, because I know that what happens in abusive relationships is these people try to isolate their partner from anyone else, and they have like this hold, almost like a spell that they have over their partners, and these partners are willing to sacrifice these relationships just for the sake of keeping the connection that they have. And you can lose a lot of people through that. So if that happened to you, I'm really sorry that happened. I know someone personally who went through that, and my sister is really good friends with her and has felt like she's gone completely MIA, and recently came back into my sister's life, and my sister never gave up on her. She's reached out to her, multiple times. She always does her check-ins with her, and no matter the fact that she wasn't getting any responses, my sister continued to communicate with her, try to track her down, try to find her. And it ends up she was in a very abusive and toxic relationship. And instead of trying to explain herself why she was in that relationship, she just essentially like disfriended. I don't know. She just like pulled away from every single friend that she ever had. You need to make friends. Your heart feels closed. You're scared of meeting same-minded people. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I didn't even think about it that way. You're welcome. Well, okay. Then keep doing your therapy. Okay, keep going to your therapist. But when you feel like you're in a good place, try to make friends. Try to find someone close by, someone you can see often. I'm very grateful that I have my sister and I have my very, very close friend Casey, and I'm going to see her tomorrow. But I keep my friend group close. Like, I don't have a lot of friends myself, but my mom made me a built-in best friend with my sister, and I can go to her about anything. And I think I would lean on my friends a little more if I didn't have her. Which is actually unrelated. Part of the reason why I keep going back and forth about having a second child is I kind of want my kid to have that. But anyways, not enough about me. I want that for you, but I completely understand not being in a place where you feel like you can trust your own judgment when it comes to the people that you're bringing in your own life. And I understand the hesitance behind that. So if you feel like you have to wait until you're in a better headspace, by all means, because the last thing I want you to do is get a friend that's taking advantage of you, like basically putting yourself in the same situation, just in a platonic way. That wouldn't be good either. So, I'm here for you. We can talk, and I'm just really sorry that you're going through that. I really, really am. All I can say is I don't know what you're going through. I just period. I don't know what you're going through. But I'm always rooting for you. I'm always rooting for your happiness, and I'm just like, can't wait for the day where you're like, oh my God, I'm so happy. I'm done with therapy. I have like such an amazing friend group, and I'm with this really, really great guy, and like he treats me so well. He treats me so good. Like I want that for you. Yeah. Okay, so back to B. Yes, she has felt like she did. You guys did invest a lot into each other, and I think that she felt very heartbroken that you guys are not in a connection anymore. She's showing her feelings as like grief over this connection. You are still someone that she thinks about quite often. I have the tower here, and this indicates to me that she felt like the connection was very like the disconnect, the ending of the friendship was very unexpected for her. I don't think this is something that she had prepared for. Now, if the relationship kind of fizzled out or it was like a big blow up, either way, it was unexpected to her. It came unexpected. It might have been a blow up because the tower doesn't necessarily mean things went well in the end there. But I think that she looked at you as like someone that she celebrated, someone that she felt close to, someone that she invested in emotionally. We have the Three of Cups and the King of Cups. Did you guys have like a third friend? I'm picking up like like a third person in your friendship, or someone else that was around that might have hung out with you guys. But I feel like she's saying like, we did a lot together. You guys might have gone to events together too. There's like groups, parties, no third friend. Okay. Well, Three of Cups is like third party energies. That's what I was wondering. But this talks about that you guys could have like gone and done a lot of stuff together, like different events and things like that. I feel almost like you guys got lost, or she feels that you got lost in your friendship. Like it was very clear that you guys were going in two different directions or something, is what it feels like she's showing with the Two of Wands. Like, I don't know how we got here is kind of like the question, and I think that she often thinks about what the purpose was of your friendship. Like, was there supposed to be something more, or did you guys like not reach your full potential? Or did you hit your ceiling? I don't know, but she felt like you guys were just going down completely different paths. But she does spend a lot of time thinking about this. There's definitely things that remind her of you and certain times of year, maybe like on your birthday, or like just like inside stuff, between the two of you that makes her think about you. I wouldn't say, oh, it's something she thinks about like every day or every month or something like that. I do think but I think it's periodically throughout the year, that she's reminded of you. She might even have like memories that pop up on social media. I'm also hearing like dreams occasionally, where you guys connect, either literally connect, or it's just like memories that are coming through her subconscious. But I feel like she's wishing you well. I feel like she hopes the best for you. I think that she's happy to be a silent supporter, even though you guys got lost along the way. She told you that she was at a place where she didn't feel safe getting close to people, so you stopped being friends after a while after that. But then I found out she got into a relationship. So it's interesting that I was bringing up the conversation about like your relationships isolating you from your friends. So just keep that in your back pocket, because if something like that comes up, that might be why we got on this topic about your relationships, your romantic relationships isolating you from the people around you. It usually doesn't make sense, and I'm sorry that happened. Your guys' past may just be completely different directions, and maybe you'll never rekindle this connection ever again. But that's the funny thing about past, is that sometimes they come back together. So I think you'll just have to kind of wait and see for that one. But I don't feel that she ever looked at you as anything like less than valuing your connection. I think that she definitely cherished it in a lot of ways, and I think that it goes to show, because it is coming up in her memories as something that she really appreciated. And there could be like some regrets here a little bit, but I think that she's hoping the best for you. And I think that for some reason she feels that this was what is the word that I'm trying to say? This was a amicable split between the two of you. Like, she feels like it was agreeable, or you both agreed or something like that. Like, she feels like she made her point, and and you guys just like moved on, I guess, and like there was not really much challenge to it or anything like that. Like I think maybe for you, you were just like, Ari, I guess, do your thing then. Like I don't know what to say to that kind of vibe. But she feels like you didn't really put up much of a fight, or like you didn't argue it or something. You just kind of let it go. I keep going back to that Three of Cups. I'm really curious. Did you guys go to like weddings or baby showers or parties or like basically events of celebration together? Graduations, birthday parties, engagement parties, festivals, like anything like that? Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. You met her online. Shit, I should have said that. Oh my God, I speak. I'm telling you right now, I did pick up on that. I should have said, because I was like, why is this Three of Cups here? And then I'm like, oh, did they even go anywhere together? That's so crazy. That's so crazy. Wow. Okay. That's wild. Did you ever meet in person? God, I'm so mad at myself. I should have said that. Did you guys meet online? I should have said that. Even to this day as a reader, I still second guess myself, and I shouldn't. That's so disappointing. I mean, there could be like maybe she thought you would meet. Maybe she thought you know, when you get married that she would be in your wedding, or maybe she thought that vice versa. Like I don't know, there's something here with this Three of Cups that I can't really like put my finger on as to why it's here. But bottom line, she did value it. I think it's just in the end she valued her relationship more, unfortunately. I think that I think she was in a very confused place, and I do think that this person that she entered a relationship with entered her life a lot sooner than when she got into a relationship with him. So, or her, whoever it is that she's dating. Like I think that this person entered her life a lot sooner. Like I would not be surprised if around that same time where she broke off your friendship, this person came into her life, to be completely honest with you. Even though they didn't enter a relationship until later, I think that there's something going on, and maybe that's what the third party is, but there's another external influence that came into play here. That's what I'm picking up. You still care about her and you think about her from time to time, but it's her loss. Oh, you said yes? That's how it happened. Wait, tell me more about that. It's reminding me of this friendship that I had. I met this girl at a job that I had, and she ended up leaving, but I felt like we got pretty close. And we kept in touch quite a bit. She was checking in on me and stuff like that and asking how my life is and whatever. And then all of a sudden, out of the blue, she was just like, I'm not interested in continuing this friendship. Like randomly like that. I'm like, okay. And we like did further investigation and stuff, and she was talking about how like I was spiritual and she was like, I guess, becoming more like Christian based religious, and she had like this new sidekick, like this new friend. And I don't doubt that this person was like putting stuff in her ear, like probably talking about how I'm evil, or I don't freaking know. But it's fine, it is what it is. But I mean, I had a close enough connection to this girl that I was asking her to be in my wedding. So like there definitely was a little disappointment there, but at the same time, like, it's not making or breaking my life. It's not changing my life in any grand capacity. And so, like, if that's how she wants to live, then that's how she wants to live. And clearly, this friendship just wasn't meant to be anymore. Oh, you said they got into a relationship too, but you don't know what happened. You think they broke up. Oh, right. Months after she met that guy on a dating app, you believe, like Facebook. Yeah. Facebook dating, that's wild. Yeah. Yeah. So I can relate to you sort of in that regard. It's not exactly the same, but I get it, and it's tough. Especially when you don't have a lot of friends to begin with. Exactly. What's meant for you will be in your life. Yep. And you will have this like overwhelming like certainty of that too. Like you'll just know. You'll just won't have any doubt at all. You'll just feel it. You'll just know. It's just this level of comfort that's undeniable. But I hope that answers your questions. Thank you for stopping in tonight. You're welcome. I hope you have a good evening. Feel free to text or not text, I'm sorry, message me on Instagram if you ever need to talk. I always tell people, like, I might not be able to get back to you right away, but I will get back to you, I promise. You too, rest up. Have a good night. Have a good weekend. Bye.